Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and namaste. I am so super excited to see you today at our online conference dedicated to immigration by investment from India to the European Union, the USA and Canada, and acquisition of real estate to support immigration. We have prepared a very fruitful agenda for you today, and I'm grateful that you have found the time to join us today, because I believe we have gathered all the useful information necessary to make your choice regarding the country where you are willing to relocate and regarding the real estate you are willing to purchase. And my name is Ksenia Korzun. I am a general manager of ILP Group. For those who see me first time, I will briefly introduce myself and our company. ILP Group is a global organizer of conferences and exhibitions and gala parties all around the world. We do events in India for more than 5 years. We also do events in Asia, in Thailand, in China, also in France, in Monaco, in England, Russia, CIS countries, and all over the world. Our events are dedicated to investment migration as well as luxury real estate. Besides, we specialize in hospitality real estate acquisitions. You can learn more about our group at our website, and you can see our website on the screen. And today our conference is fully dedicated to incredible India, which I personally love very much, and I have been in India for many times, and I'm very pleased to see all my Indian friends, partners here today. Thank you so much for joining us. So this is a very interesting time right now. You know that pandemic world and COVID-19 world is quite different from the previous world, and we have a lot of changes, legislative changes, new challenges. We have different situations on the markets, and this is what we are going to talk about today. We will talk about the most popular countries for Indians, which are UK, the US, Canada, European Union countries, a bit of Asia. So we will describe situation on these markets. We will talk about trends, market data, about legislation, about different immigration programs, as well as real estate projects available for acquisitions, differences between types of this real estate. And I encourage you to put all your questions today. You see the chat here on the live transaction, so you can find the chat below your screen, or maybe on the right side. So I encourage you to put all your questions which you have. So maybe you already have some questions, you can start with them, or when our speakers will start talking, you can during their speech actually put the questions, and they will be answered at the end of each presentation. Besides, I encourage you to present yourself. So you may, if you are, for example, a professional in this field, you may present yourself and introduce yourself at the chat, because it will also be very useful. I know we all get used to a live networking, and I really like it myself, and this is one of the main reasons why all of you attend our conferences in real life. In India we do real life face-to-face conference in Mumbai, and one of the main reasons is because you can meet professionals, may meet clients may meet professionals, and it's a good place to network. However, I encourage you to slightly touch this networking opportunity today during our live conference via this chat opportunity, and please feel free to introduce yourself, to ask your question, to also tell us what you're looking for, maybe what countries are of interest, because according to our previous experience, it is also a good opportunity to find partners and clients for whom you are looking for. Okay, so a bit of organizational notes. We have our conference today from 12 to 6 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and our speakers even wake up at 2 a.m. at night to have their speech today. So we have speakers from all over the world, including North America, and you know that the time difference is huge, and we are trying to deliver you the most up-to-date information, so you may ask about all the recent changes, all the market data, everything you're interested in. We will be pleased to answer all the questions. Also, if our speakers will not be able to answer these questions exactly today with all the information you need, we will definitely send you the response to that question later after the conference, and also we will be sending you the presentation with all the facts and figures which you will watch today by emails. Make sure that you registered with the right email, because after this conference we will send you the presentations and all the market data which you are interested in. We will have speakers according to our agenda, so no changes so far. You can see this agenda on the description to this video and also on our website. I'm sure that not all of our attendees will be able to stay with us for 6 hours, so feel free to disconnect wherever you need and come back to see the presentation of the speaker you selected, so it will be on time according to the schedule. Please check the schedule in the description to this video and also on the website. But I encourage you to stay live, because when you will be asking questions, speaker will answer them in real time, and it is also a good opportunity to talk to professionals you are interested in. Also, because of lockdown, there are new rules of acquiring real estate, and I'm sure that you're interested in how actually to conduct deals if you cannot visit the country, right? So we have this request, a lot of them, because, for example, in Europe, most of the countries are closed to visit, and it's impossible to fly in some of the countries. However, if you are still willing to do real estate investment or receive permanent residency or citizenship, it's all possible now with a new rules possible online. So our speakers will describe this new reality and new possibilities per each country. And also, if you have some countries which are not in the list but you are interested in, you may ask these questions again in the chat, and we will answer them, because some of our speakers, they also cover these countries, even they don't have this in the topic of their speech, but they do services in these countries, so we will be able to answer those questions as well. I know that India is the second largest market for globally for immigration, so it's a second global immigration source. It's a very important market, and now even investment migration is moving much actively. A lot of newcomers, new investors, new countries are opening for Indians, so it's a very interesting time, and especially pandemic times make a demand higher, because a lot of Indians considering these possibilities to relocate, to find an opportunity to receive permanent residency or citizenship, to make an investment, to secure yourself, because health and safety are those questions arise these days. And I am happy that we may help you and answer all the questions. Also, I know that we have a lot of professionals today, immigration lawyers and real estate brokers, financial advisors who are looking for foreign partners, and you may find them. A part of our speakers, we will have today a lot of attendees, professionals, also immigration lawyers, brokers, and developers from different countries. That's why I strongly recommend you to introduce yourself in the chat, and also name the countries and destinations and programs you are interested in. I guess that with organizational issues we are almost done, and so far we will have our first speaker from India. This is our very dear and beloved partner, but before we will have more 4 or 5 minutes, I will also describe our future events, so you may register to them as well. So you see our website on the screen. You can check our future agenda and register to different online conferences. So far we are doing conferences online because most countries are closed. Only, for example, Dubai is allowed to make face-to-face live event, and that's why we scheduled one in February. But most of events we are only allowed to do online, and our annual conferences for CIS countries and hospitality real estate will be broadcasted live for all our clients and partners. So you can check those conferences on the website and register to watch. This conference which you are watching today is our also annual conferences which we do every year. Even it was twice a year, and we also are willing to continue these live conferences after pandemic lockdown will end. So we will definitely be back with our speakers in real life and face-to-face events once it will be allowed. But in the meantime, to stay safe and healthy, we are conducting these conferences online. Also, I will announce a bit our topics, so you will know what exactly you will be receiving, what kind of information you will be receiving during those presentations. First presentation will be done by Prashant Ajmera, founder of Ajmera Law Group, and this is a worldwide known professional. I am sure that most of our attendees and viewers already know Prashant. And Prashant will describe basic do's and don'ts for entering the Indian investment migration market. Then we will move to Spain, beautiful and sunny Spain, and we will describe immigration investment opportunities in Spain. Then we will travel to United Kingdom. I know it's a very demanded destination and a lot of you are expecting this, so we will have this very informative presentation done by Daliah Sklar, and then we will move to the US and talk about EB5, what are the actually changes going on right now in this program. Then we will have Portugal and Grenada, Cyprus. Cyprus is very interesting because I'm sure you are aware there was changes with the main immigration program, and everyone is looking for answers actually what is going on right now, which immigration programs are available, what to do, and especially for those who already own real estate, how to actually buy and sell in this time. So we will have all those questions answered. Then we will have Germany, because Germany is one of the most stable economy and it is a very demanded destination in the European Union. And we will have Canada. For India, Canada is one of the most important markets, so our speaker will tell us what is going on in Canada right now. And we will finish with hotel acquisitions and distressed assets. So I maybe will ask my team to check if our first speaker is ready to start his presentation. Yes, I see that he is ready, so I'm ready to present him. Hello, Prashant.
Hello, Kesnia, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Do you hear me? Do you see me well?
Yes, I can see and I can hear you well.
Okay, great. I'm so pleased to see you today. So let me introduce Prashant Ajmera, founder of Ajmera Law Group, and Prashant will deliver his speech, basic do's and don'ts for entering the Indian investment migration market. Besides, Prashant is a very well-known professional for all the immigration programs, and he can answer all the questions regarding also Canada, US, European Union. So I encourage our attendees to start putting your questions in the chat, and after Prashant will end the speech, I will put that questions to Prashant and he will get that answered. So Prashant, this virtual stage is yours for the next 45 minutes. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Kesnia. So, can you see the my presentation?
Yes, we do. The presentation and you and yourself, so all is well.
Okay. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's once again a pleasure to welcome all of you at International Luxury Property by the ILP Group. This is the fifth year we are doing, and Ajmera Law Group is the partner with them since the beginning. Unfortunately, with the COVID situations, now we are doing this virtual. But as the Kesnia mentions, we are going to do the shows as soon as the situation improved in a face-to-face situations. So the topic we're going to talk about is more for the uh, foreign companies, lawyers, and real estate developers and professionals who are interested in entering into the Indian market. It also gives an idea to Indian investors that what is happening in the Indian market when it comes to the residency and citizenship by investment. So I'm going to share with what we have done as a law firm or a law group last 2 years time, that we change our way of practice and looking at the Indian market in a completely different format. Because generally when we talk about the residency and citizenships, we are talking about only the one thing is the residency and citizenship. But in the last year and a half, my practice is changed, and now we become a more like a global investment advisory firm. And why we have to do this one, there is a reason for that. And that's what I'm going to talk to you and mention to you about the global investment advisory practice of our law group. So let me start with the first slide, the Indian currency restrictions. Because India is one of the last country in the world whereby the residency and citizenship by investment has come the last. And the reason it has come the last is for a very reason that there was a currency restrictions in India. That means you cannot make an investment outside, you cannot remit the money outside the India. But in the year 2007 and 8, Indian government opened up the doors and allowed the Indian companies and also allowed the Indian citizen to make an investment out of India. So that's basically opened the door. So you can imagine, compared to the other market, we talk in South Asia or Middle East, that they are doing the residency and citizenship for a number of years. But the Indian market was only 12 years old. And Indian HNI came to know about the residency and citizenship in a more aggressive way only when we hear about the EB5 in the last 4 or 5 years. So it's a very new market. And as it is a new market, when we started entering into it, we saw a lot of challenges and what we need to do it to make this market successful for not only for our law firm, but for all of us. So after this investment, if we look at the data which is given by the government, the Reserve Bank of India, which is our central bank, you can see in the last 6 years, the amount of money invested by the Indian company out of India was say about $6 billion. Then now almost it has reached to a $12 billion last year, whereby the Indian multinational company has made an investment outside India, particularly into the joint ventures. They also made an investment into wholly owned subsidiaries or probably buy out the whole business. And obviously these companies were very well served. Indian financial institute, banks, big law firms, chartered accountants, and related professionals. So there was no problem with that. But when it comes to the Indian citizens, and when the individual made a remittance out of India, and when we analyzed this data, we saw that in the last 12 years, the Indian citizen has made an investment from $72 million in 2006-7 to almost $19 billion in the last year. And this investment as increasing year by year. But if we look at the blue sections or blue box in front of you, we see that the most of the money Indian parents has made investment is for the children's educations and their living expenses. There is very little amount is being invested into the deposit properties or an equity. It's only a $1 billion. At the same time, if you look at the item number 8, the Indian investors has traveled, or Indian HNI has traveled out of India and spent almost $7 billion. So we realize that the money is being spent, the money is there, but it is not being invested, but it is being remitted or is being spent. And as this is a new market, when we were talking to our HNI clients, they will go and confirm this one with the charter accountants or their lawyer. Excuse me. And the charter accountants and lawyers do not have a knowledge about the outside investment, the tax implications, what they should do it and what they should not do it. They could not give an advice to their clients. And most of the times we were facing the problems that we made a deal with them. The client has agreed with us in our office, but when he goes out of our office, his mind is changed. When we started talking to these clients, then we realized that their charter accountants or financial advisors or a lawyer, whomsoever they trust, they advise against making an investment out of India. So the investment portion was very less, as you can say, but there was an interest. Similarly, in our office also, we have seen when we meet the clients on a regular basis, that the most of the Indian parents, when they come and make an inquiry for the residency and citizenship by investment, they were coming us and telling us the two things, that we are interested in residency and citizenship by investment, but we are doing it for our children. We are very well to do, we not wish to go. So this again confirms the data which I put it in the front of you, that primary goal of the Indian HNIs or parents to make an investment or remittance outside is for the children's educations and their welfare and their settlement. Many a times these parents also come and tell us that they do not wish to obtain the residency and citizenship out of India. What can we do it for their or for the children? Not only that, but also we saw the problem that many parents were coming and telling us that if we do not take the residency or citizenship by investment, is there any other way or what we can do for the purpose of our children's foreign education? As we were dealing only with the residency and citizenship, we didn't have any other answers. But as the more and more clients were talking to us, we realized that we have to find out a solution for them. So our law firm started talking to the banks, law firms, charter accountants, financial professionals, and investors, that why they are not interested in taking a residency and citizenship by investment, or what options they would like to have it. So the first things came from them that, yes, we hear from you about the different programs of the world, making an investment, but we are not feeling comfortable because there is a lack of knowledge amongst the charter accounting firms, individual charter accountants, law firms, financial professionals, and even the banks. When they go to remit the money and ask their bank that they wish to make this money out of India, most of the bank's officers were also kind of reluctant to transfer the money on behalf of the clients. And this is not new, that we have faced as well when we were doing the remittance for our clients' investment into an EB5, Canada investment programs, or even for the European programs and other programs. That always, when it comes to remitting the money, we have a problem. The bank says always, if you go from one bank to the another bank, you will not get a consistent answers. They require more documents, they require agreements, they require invoices, and again they verify with their compliance teams before they do the transaction. So sometimes it might take even a 2 to 3 months time before the money can be remitted. So this is the problem. Realize that there is a widespread lack of knowledge in the Indian market, and if we want the residency and citizenship market to grow in India, we have to do something different. So that was the one problem we identified. The second problem we identified in the last 5 or 6 years, even we are a small law firms, because of the currency restrictions open up, we have been approached by more than 100 firms and government agencies who are interested in attracting the investment from Indian HNIs and ultra HNIs. Many of the companies has come on their own. They've done these shows by themselves. They've attended the conference like this. But many of them are disappointed that they are not getting the result they wanted. They are not looking at the, immediately they compare with the Chinese market, Taiwanese market, or the Vietnam market. But let me tell you at this in time, maybe exhibitors or speakers after me, that one of the myths or returns of the money, tax implication in India, tax implication in foreign country, and the safety of the investment, which average immigration consultants or the agents were not in a position to answer that, because generally they are dealing with student visas and student visa limited services. So basically, as you can see, we have identified the problems. Is that we have many companies interested in coming to India to attract the Indian investors, and the second one is there is a lack of knowledge. So how to deal with this problem? For doing that, we come two solutions. I mean, obviously, our company is Ajmera Law, but in order to put all these different together, we call Ajmera Capital Portal, whereby giving us solutions not into the relationship by investment, but into as well. So you can see that under the Ajmera Capital, now we are offering the 4 options to the clients. Then the biggest advantage would be that if your child is studying in a foreign country, then your fees can be reduced almost by 60 to 80%, depending on the countries. Obviously, your child will not have to wait for an immigration. After they finish the study, they can go and work their life. They can become a citizen after a certain period of time. So all the advantages and disadvantages of the second passports we promote to them. But as I said, mentioned that many of them say that for whatever reasons, they are not in a position to obtain or offer the second passports or a residency citizenship by investment. So what can we do for them? So based on the above data, what we have shown to you, we basically decided that we should have the other products in our portfolio. So we started offering to our clients that if you have decided that you want your child to study abroad, probably you are going for a holiday abroad, you are going for a destination weddings, you are buying the foreign products, that means you need a dollar. And in the last 12 years, the American dollar has gone from 50 rupees to rupees to American dollars to almost 74, 75 rupees as of now. So if you purchase or make an investment into foreign assets earlier, then you can save this money for your children's educations and purpose earlier enough. Rather than remitting the money as and when needed from the $100 or 100 rupees what you are investing, why don't you look at the investment of about 20 to 30% investing out of India? Invest into a global real estate, probably buy an apartment in Canada, invest into a land in England, probably put into money into a kind of a real estate fund in America, but have some investment out of India because you're going to need this investment out of India. The many clients were not interested into putting money into the real estates. We started giving them a second options, or rather third options, which is investing into the different stock market of the world and related products. So it could be investment into a real estate in New York, investment into the European stock market, investment into the mutual funds, investment into government bonds. So all the financial products which is available in the world, which we started advising to the client. And we started receiving a very positive response from them that, okay, if we do not take the residency and citizenship by investment, but we know that we need a dollars for our children's educations, for our future expenses in a dollar, it would be a good idea to put money into a foreign market. And based on that one, people started investing into this one. And we connected with the number of companies and a platform because of the technologies. We are now offering the several options whereby the investors can make investment into New York stock market, European stock market, London stock markets, international mutual funds, bond market. Not only that, but also they can open their own account, global digital accounts they can open up. Because in India, as an Indian citizen, there is no bank in India who can open up a foreign bank account for you, and you cannot hold it. So recently we tied up with a bank from USA who is now in a position to open the foreign bank account for our Indian clients, where the clients can put up the money and through that online platform, they can receive or make a payment or even make an investment. And the fourth options we took was the global enterprise or a startup, because many of us, we know that India is a hub for the startup, and many of these startups are interested in immigrating. And at the same time, as we know that about 20 to 25 countries in the world has now come up with this startup visa program. So to the enterprise or the startup started offering the startup visa program. So these are the four distinct asset class we brought in front of our investors and our clients in India and give them a full 360-degree view of the different options available to them when it comes to investing abroad. So this is the chart which I'm showing you about the dollars. That in 2008 the dollar was about 48, 49 rupees. Now it is a 75, 76 rupees. So if you have not invested outside and you kept the money here, then if your child was in a grade 1 in 2008 and in 2020 now you want your child to go and study in America or in Canada or Europe, your $1 million is reduced almost by 35% by keeping the money only in India. So this is the very strong and very convincing argument we come up with to pitch it to our clients that why they should invest abroad or invest outside India. Obviously, the residency and citizenship is the most beneficial investment. The number two is, again, I'm repeating, is about the real estate market. The third one is with respect to the financial market. And the fourth one is the startup visas or an enterprise. Our message is very simple to the Indian HNIs and to the Indian parents. If you have decided that you want your children to study abroad, you are going to have a holiday abroad, you want your destination weddings, you're going to buy the foreign products, that means you need a foreign dollars. So you should start making an investment outside India. So of your total portfolio, 20 to 30% should be into the global asset class. So this is the page of our Ajmera Capital. And under this, you can look global investing. You can see the global digital bank account, US stock. You can make an investment into direct US stocks. We have tied up with the portfolio management companies who can take care of your portfolio if you are interested. Global stock markets is also there, where you can make an investment from a single account up to 60 stock market of the world. Second passport as a residency and citizenship solution is there as well. Global real estate solution is there as well. And the startup going global. And the knowledge also we are sharing. And now also we are open to tie up with the right kind of an individuals and a professional in India to bring this knowledge to their HNIs and ultra HNIs clients. So this is the one problem we solved. But a second problem which we faced is lack of knowledge. How do we bring this knowledge to the Indian investors and to the Indian professional chartered accountant, lawyers, financial advisors, portfolio managers, stockbrokers? And that's where we thought of having a non-profit organizations called the FFOIA, Forum for Overseas Investment Awareness. Forum for Overseas Investment Awareness. So all the companies in the financial market who has joined a hand with us, they were also facing the similar problem like us. There is a lack of knowledge in the market and we need to educate. If we educate the market enough, the business will run for anybody and everybody. So the Forum for Awareness, Overseas Investment Awareness, FFOIA.org, website is not live. Registration is already done, but our motto is, as a non-profit organization, to create an awareness in India about outbound investment from India amongst the Indian professionals and Indian investors, whereby we want to bring the knowledge about all these four asset class. Not only that, but eventually we want to bring the certifications and the diploma into the global investment advisor in India. Right now, there are about 5 or 6 organizations are there. But when they come to talk about the foreign or global investment market, they do not talk anything, but they talk only about the Indian market, investing into an Indian market, investing into the Indian real estates. So as there was a lack of forum or a platform where we can bring this knowledge to the Indian professionals and investors and educate them, they will make an investment. So as a law firm, any product or any project and advice to the clients, but we are more into an advisory, and one of the project is just an answer or solutions to the client's object. What do they want to do it? In this forum now we have about 5 companies who have joined a hand with us. We are in the process of developing the websites, which should be ready by end of the month, and probably in somewhere in February or March, we will launch this forum officially, which would be a true associations or a forum for the Indian investors and professionals to get a knowledge about the opportunities available investment in abroad, including the residency and citizenship by investment. At the moment, I'm very proud to say that even the organization like London Stock Exchange, Russian Stock Exchange, international capital market associations are in dialogue with us and are interested in coming on this platform or forum to create the awareness in the market. So the basis of this Indian market is to create an enough awareness about the global investments. If we can do this one, obviously we have plenty of money. As you can see from the data which I shared with you, almost $20 billion is being remitted out of India. Our goal is that rather than remittance, we want these Indian investors to convince and tell them that rather than spending the money, start investing. And one of the best product or one of the best things to invest into for your children's futures and their settlement abroad is to look into the residency and citizenship by investment program of any country you choose, whether it could be Canada, it could be America, it could be Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and so many countries to choose in the Caribbean islands as well. So the opportunities and the options are enough. The question is bringing the enough knowledge to them. So coming to the end of my presentations, 7 mistakes to avoid for an Indian market to immigrants. As I mentioned, to the Indian, if you are interested in entering into an Indian market as an immigration lawyer, as a real estate developer, or as a professional, or as a government agency, do not replicate the marketing models which you use in the other Asian markets. Working with many agents. Because India is a very large country, I know the number of developers has come from the different countries and they started and appointing agents left, right and centers. These agents are not competent enough. They have not enough knowledge. These investors are going to these agents, and different agents are giving the different informations, terms and conditions. Investors are getting confused and at the end of the day, they say, you know what, I'm not going to make an investment. One of the big mistakes which we can make is that Indian HNIs are open to the residency and citizenship by investment. As I mentioned in my earlier speech, that we are a democratic country. It's a new concept, and Indian HNIs and ultra HNIs believe in their mind that immigrations or residency and citizenship is for the people who are not financially well off. So if you are expecting that they are open to the residency and citizenship by investment, that's the mistakes you are making. Because they have a stigma in their mind about the immigrations. Also at the same time, the another mistakes which the foreign professionals and developers are making is expecting the high net worth advisors to do the work for you. Because this high net worth advisors in India do not have a knowledge how they're going to educate their clients from the variety of ways. They will have a very limited knowledge or a very limited things. And also at the same time thinking that the Indian HNIs are in a rush to leave the country, unlike the China, Taiwan, Korea, and Vietnam market. We have a decent democracies. They are having a very decent life as well. But for the children's education, now they are looking at the options. So that should be the main focus point of our marketing, our residency and citizenship by investment. And at the same time, though the law of liberalized remittance scheme is there is always a challenge to take the money out of India. Many a times the associate with whom we work with, they're kind of getting frustrated. They send an invoice to the clients to pay their fees. And sometimes it takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks times to remit the money. And they say that why it's taking so long to transfer the money? Because the banks are not familiar with it. The branch which is dealing with the officer is at the branch is also not familiar with it. And that's why there is always a challenge to transfer the money. Each case is independent and unique when it comes to transferring the money. So now what we can do in the Indian market, educate the investors, build the trust that yes, you as a developer, as an immigration lawyer, you have all the credentials as a professional, you have all the credentials in your home country. But do not forget that nobody knows you in India. So you have to build the trust. Focus on selling your country and not your projects, particularly the real estate developers. When you're talking about UK or Canada or Portugal, Spain, Malta, Cyprus, and they're all the real estate based investment, and they generally immediately start and talking about their project, and your clients and your agents both are lost in your pitch, because I have seen most of the developers are coming and start talking about the highlights of their projects. I think it should come at a very end. Talk about your country. What are the good things about your country? What are the connections between India and your home country, your country? Think out of the box. What could be the solutions you can use to enter into an Indian market? India is a very large country. I have seen many developers are coming for a 2 weeks or 3 weeks times or 4 weeks times, or even immigration lawyers are coming. They try to go to 4 or 5 cities at a time and do the whole trip. Expect that we will have a big success like they have it in China, Taiwan, or Korea. Try to look at the one area, probably north or east or west, whatever you feel is comfortable, wherever you have got context. Start with that one and then see how it goes further. If you're looking for a local partners, make sure that you are working with the knowledgeable partner, not anybody and everybody. I know the couple of countries developers came to us. Initially, they told us that they're going to have a few agents. But within a short period of time, we realized that almost every agent in the city or in India were talking about and promoting their projects. Because these developers are also getting frustrated that the kind of response they don't get it, which they've expected in China and Taiwan, they become aggressive. They start appointing more and more agents. But as I said before, that more agents confuses the market and basically no results for anybody. So try working with the one good associates rather than many more mediocre or moderate. This is the main thing, is allocate a sizable budget for a marketing, because these lawyers, real estate developers and professionals do provide a preferred fees. So they are expecting the Indian agents and Indian consultants to do the marketing for them. But as this is a new market, still we have to still find a partner who has a marketing budget. They don't have a marketing knowledge, they don't have a marketing strategy, They don't have even a marketing budget to how to tackle the Indian market. So if you do not have a sizable budget and a strategy is entering into the Indian market, probably you're not going to see this kind of a success which you might have experienced in the other country. Obviously, be generous with your introducer. So these are the 10 things you should do to enter the Indian market. This is my general perspective. Many of you might be interested in reading more about this one when entering into the market. I'm sure that all of you must be aware of IMI Daily. I have written a number of articles for them. You can go and look at them or look at blog in our website ajmeralaw.com and you will find this one informations. So as a lawyer, I'm an Indian lawyer. Since 1993, I'm involved into the residency and citizenship practice, but I'm a Canadian citizen. And I speak at the number of occasions like this ones. And I'm an author of 2 books. One book is Millionaires on the Move, which was launched at the IPL show in 2019 in Mumbai. This book talks about the at least 17 or 18 residency and citizenship program. This first edition is finished. Now we're going to come up with the second edition probably in June or July of 2021. And in this one, we want to include more comprehensive information about the residency and citizenship programs, plus but other asset class like financial market, real estate markets, and also we want to bring out the information about the Indian taxation points of view and legalities, and also the foreign taxations and legalities. So it can become a reference points for the Indian professionals and investors when they are looking at the first time of an information. During this lockdown time, we published the second book, How to Plan for Your Child's Foreign Education in 2020. Because as I mentioned in my speech, most of the parents were interested in children's educations, and kind of the information which is floating around in Indian market, I thought that it's the right time to bring the correct information to them, and that's why we put up this book together. Both books are available on Amazon.com and also available on Kindle in electronic version as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I'm concluding my presentation, and if you have any questions or anything, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Prashant, for a wonderful presentation. Everything was very useful and interesting, and we have questions from our attendees. So first question is, what is future of sandstone market in USA or Canada? It's a very specific question about an investment. So what is future of sandstone market in USA and Canada? Sandstone market. I don't know if you're aware of that, some kind of specific question regarding sandstone, like a sandstone market. So I believe someone wants to sell.
Well, in Indian market, the Indian investors, the first preference is always the USA. But as we know that EB has become an expensive. So now the second option is Canada, and people are looking at the Canadian options, Canadian residency and citizenship programs, startup programs, and the Canadian entrepreneur programs that they are looking at it. Some of the parents, as I mentioned in my speech, that those who are not interested in going so far away, or they do not wish to move out of India, they are the one who are looking at the European market, or they are looking at the UK market for an immigration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you so much. The second question is, I read on your website that you help retired people. My father is thinking to relocate to Southeast Asia and buy a home there. What is needed to start the process? Thanks.
Southeast Asia.
So someone wants to buy a home in Southeast Asia to retire and to relocate.
Well, from India, the destination, one of the popular destination is going to Thailand. And I know that if you purchase a property there, you can retire there. Obviously, the weather is good around the year. Other options which is chosen by the Indian is going to Singapore or Hong Kong, but it's an expensive place. But yes, Thailand is a popular destination. As you know, Kestia, your group is offering a lot of properties in Thailand. So I think the gentleman should start talking to you, offer some of your projects in Thailand, and if they can make an investment there, we can help. And there's a law firm here to do the transactions, to transfer the money, and the formalities what they need to do to make an investment that can be done. So if the Thailands or those nearby countries are the destinations, is by buying a property there, so that whole transaction can be done by us, and we can provide these services, and you can show them the projects.
Thank you so much, Prashant. Also, so far there are no questions from our audience, but I'm curious, what is going on because of the lockdown currently on the market? How Indian investments abroad are affected because of COVID-19 situation, meaning that people can hardly travel to see the properties, to see the projects. So do you do investments online, or it's the market is decreasing because people are expecting borders to open and willing to travel and see the projects themselves?
When it comes to the real estate market, yes, they will obviously they want to see the property, feel it, and then make an investment. But at the same time, there are a few companies with whom we have partnered with, that because of the COVID situation, you know what has happened to the stock market in USA and in Europe when it comes to the tech companies like Teslas and Googles and Zoom, their price has gone up. And obviously that has created a curiosity amongst the Indian investors that how we can make an investment directly into the stock market. And that investment has increased because the few platforms are now available in India that you don't have to move out of your office or a home. You can open up a bank account and open up your broker accounts in America with the American broker, and then you can transfer the $50,000 or up to 250,000, put the money in your bank account, and then give an instruction to your broker that now I want to buy a Tesla shares or I want to buy Google shares. And that trend is going very well because you know for this one you don't have to go out and look at it. All this information is available. But yes, the real estate is slow because people want to see and feel it. And as you know that the first market from India was to make an investment into Dubai and Thailand. But these two markets are also closed and people cannot go that one. So I think the real estate market investment out of India is slow, but at the same time, the investment into the stock market of the New York has increased, and we have seen number of articles, number of companies have started coming to in India.
It's interesting then investors migrated from real estate to stock market, right? Is it fair to say that stock market became more popular even than real estate in India?
Right, yeah, because they can see now sitting at home in the COVID time that I can see what is happening to the Google stock by going to the New York Stock Exchange, and it was like 3,000 rupees and now $3,000, and now it's jumping more and more. So all those things I can see it. So he says, why not I can make an investment into that? So if I cannot immigrate, I cannot buy a real estate, I'll make an investment out of that one because now I started getting a sense that I need a dollars. And that's the reason that I mentioned in my speech that we started looking into the residency and citizenship and real estate as a core business. But at the same time, we started offering these solutions to our Indian investors that you can open up a bank account and you can invest into any stock market of the world. Like last week, I spoke to the Russian stockbroker association's president from the Moscow. He says, how can we attract the investors to invest to the Russian stock market and St. Petersburg stock market?
Okay, thank you so much,
Yeah.
Prashant. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. And I encourage all our attendees to put questions directly to Prashant. You can see contacts on the screen, email, telephone number, and the website. Please check the website for more information. And Prashant is a famous author, so he writes a lot of articles, so you can read everything on the website. And Prashant, I'm wishing you a very nice day, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you, Kesnia. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting and giving me an opportunity to speak. I hope that it was useful to particularly all
Yes,
our partners and the other partners who are not on the as a speaker or exhibitors, but they got some tips and ideas that what's happening in the Indian market.
thank you so much. And we are now
Thank
moving
you. Bye bye.
to our next destination. I will ask my team to check if our next speaker is ready to join us. Yes, I'm very pleased to present Maria Luisa de Castro,
Hello.
lawyer and general director of Costaluz Lawyers. So Maria will talk about immigration and investment opportunities in Spain after financial and COVID crisis. Maria, do you hear and see us well?
Yes, very well. Do you hear
Yes, we
me?
see and hear you well as well. So
Okay.
this virtual stage is yours for the next 30 minutes. Please start your presentation.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon there. Good morning here in Spain. We are at 8 a.m. in the morning. And we are very pleased to be part of this conference, which will inaugurate kind of our work out of the British country, because we have been dealing with UK investors during the last 15 years. And now we are starting to open our public to other English-speaking countries, not just in Europe, but of course in other part of the world. I listened to the previous presenter very carefully and very attentively, because I think he was very wise in saying that more than promoting us as professionals, we need to promote our country, the safety of the country, how someone can relocate here and build a life, either as a young person moving here to have a business or raise a family, or a retiree person to just make his retirement here in Spain. We have been doing that for clients during the last 15 years, and within a very interesting market, because when we started Costaluz Lawyers in 2006, there was no credit crunch, there was no crisis. So we were hoping to have people investing in Spain. And instead of that, what we found is that people were looking to disinvest in Spain, to get their investment back because of the financial crash. Most of the developments who were off-plan developments were not being finished, or they were not according to the qualities that were promised, and therefore they had to try to recover their funds. And one important thing which I want to remark, the key point there was the lack of an independent lawyer. That's why since then, and still now and forever in the future, we will always advise people to have the choice of a very good independent lawyer with a big expertise in all the areas that cover what relocation involves, which is just, well, this is not just the immigration matters, but also, of course, a very depth and thoroughly knowledge of the property law and banking law, because when trying to find a mortgage in our country, you also need to know of the dangers of some mortgages. So that is kind of the key point of my presentation. If you are trying to buy in Spain, our very clear advice is to find a lawyer first. That lawyer can even orientate you because of his knowledge of the market. He will be clearly able to orientate you towards what he would consider is a trustable agency or not, because that has been one of the the reasons why the market went so crazy in Spain in 2006 and 7, and many people lost lots of money in Spain, was the lack of professionality. And I'm not, I'm not shy to say it, lack of professionality of same state agents, and of course of same developers, especially in off-plan investments, and people, because they hadn't choose an independent lawyer from the very beginning, and in many cases they use the lawyer that the agent or the developer advised him to choose. They made possibly the biggest mistake in their lives, because that lawyer was not interested in protecting their interests, but of making the business of the entity who was referring business to them, which was either the real estate agent or the developer. Therefore, when the credit crunch came and everything started being run, these people weren't able to quickly recover their funds using a very strong law, which is in Spain, which is Law 5768. We would have provided to them a very quick and easy way to recover the investment very quickly. Because of those lawyers didn't provide that guarantees to them, they have been going through very lengthy and very painful judicial procedures, which are taking around 10, 15 years in some of the cases. So as like the golden advice from ourselves for people who are looking to invest in Spain is to find a good, trustable, independent lawyers. How to find them? Well, you can do an online search, of course, and there will be ways and signs there for you to be able to know the quality of the services and the lack of, the independence on them. But in some cases, it's also advisable to consult your embassy in Spain, because they usually have a list of recommended lawyers who have previously worked for other clients. In Spain, investment programs or immigration programs for property investors were mostly enhanced during the credit crisis too, because of course the country needed to attract international investment to our country, obviously. And in terms of property, at the moment, the residency that allows people to obtain, the program that allows people to obtain residency in Spain through property investment requires an investment of 500,000 euros in real estate per applicant. In my opinion, possibly a bit high budget still, because at present, the current market is not looking at just at that final end of the market, but in the medium size, like properties between 150, 350. But well, that's the rule at the moment. You also need to show that you got living resources for staying in Spain, and you can stay and you can work in Spain with that visa, which will be granted for 1 year and then be renewed till obtaining the permanent residency. So those are possibly the most important points: to find an independent lawyer, and then to check that the independent lawyer has also a good knowledge of the immigration market. The independency of the lawyer is important, because some state agents sell themselves as being enough for providing of the legal safety to the client, and of course that is very much against if they are able to encourage or to advise a lawyer who is in their side. That lawyer will be going against essential rules of our profession, which are that of avoiding conflict of interest or the lack of independence. So again, look for an independent lawyer and never the lawyer that the agent or the developer advises you to choose. Then that lawyer also is interesting to check that the lawyer is knowledgeable to in urban or planning law, because in Spain there is a system which is mostly based on the land registry, and the land registry not till 2013 wasn't obliged or required to check on urban or legal status of the properties. So just a notary authorized a deed for transaction, and that job of the notary didn't include either the checking on the urban status of the property. The property was registered, and someone could think that because it is registered, it is legal. And it has not been the way. It started being the way in 2013, and for properties which are newly built, not for all properties. So it's important that your lawyer also does this important work in the planning state, which is not easy because it needs to be obtained from local councils, and every local council has a different way to work. So I would say that at that point, having a local lawyer would be interesting, or at least a lawyer with a big expertise in these transactions, so he is able to manage also the relationship with the local councils. So those are basically the warnings or the information that I would advise people to obtain before making their decision of moving to Spain. Then, of course, in Spain, there is, the country is completely prepared for welcoming foreign investors. There are international schools. There are agreements for private care, but in most of the cases, a private health insurance would be advised to have. But yes, for instance, in our area, which is Campo de Gibraltar, our area is the very southeast corner of Spain, just 40 miles by sea to Africa, to Morocco, close to Gibraltar, which is, as you know, a British colony. Our area is completely prepared to attract international investors. It's not an area which is much developed in the sense that the Costa del Sol is, for instance, and therefore prices are much more affordable here. There is a good variety of landscapes for people to choosing, like beachside, countryside, typical town historic places. So I would encourage people to try to find, because there are good prices, good environment, good population, and a good system for you to invest in this specific area, where there is here a big harbor for also people who are willing to set businesses. Is Algeciras harbor, which is amazing, is like the second in Europe, and is growing and growing, and very willing to attract investors and to give tax reliefs to investors. So it's kind of a discover place for people to invest, and will attract lots of tourism in the next years, because as I'm saying to you, is the area close to Costa del Sol, which many of you would maybe know, but it's still undeveloped. It was about to be developed when the credit crash came in 2006. So well, that's all. And now we'll like to listen to the questions that people make, so I can just answer to them and provide information. We got lots of information in our website that you can see on the screen. And also, we are always available for answering questions by email and provide initial free appraisals to clients.
Maria, thank you so much for information. It was very useful. Maria, can you talk about investment in COVID-19 situation when an investor cannot actually enter Spain? How the procedure is, for example, for India? For India, it's quite hard to travel to Spain to see the property and so on. So could you please describe the process? Is it possible actually to invest and to obtain residency without traveling to Spain at all these times?
Yes, it is possible. And we have been doing that for 16 years now. So we can certify that it's possible. Our company is an online company, and therefore we got experience of people investing in Spain without having to come here, doing everything online. Well, possibly the choice of the property is possibly the most crucial or difficult point that if you know you need to do it online will be more difficult. But because, as you know, because of the pandemic, every company is developing themselves to become digital. So there are estate agents who have evolved and developed to be able to show to people the reality of the property without them being here. Then the administrative and legal steps that needs to be done for acquiring the property, from immigration steps to property legal checks to even the signature of the public deed to acquire the property itself, can completely easily done online through granting power of attorney to an independent lawyer of the choice of the investor. And even for us, for lawyers who can get into lockdown, well, we are always classified as essential services in our country. So we are able to keep the working even if a very strict lockdown was in the near future decided by the government. And even the administration, as in many countries, has set procedures and tools for many managements we were required to be done presentially in the past to now be done telematically. So it's completely possible to do it. The only thing that you cannot do it is to use the property. You need to come
Of
here
course.
to
But
use and enjoy the property.
could you please describe, because it's a common question, how exactly it's happening? For example, investor select a property, right? He already knows where he wants to invest. What is the procedure next steps? What kind of documents he has to submit? Without even traveling at this stage, at any of the stage, without traveling to Spain, will he receive his residence permit or any kind of other documents for properties completely online, or he will receive these documents only when he will arrive to Spain? Or everything is completely online?
Everything is completely online because, well, for specifically for immigration programs related to real estate investment, the first step you need to do is to buy the property, because for the permit to be granted to you, you need to show that you have invested 500,000 euros in a real estate in Spain. So the process would be to choose the independent lawyer on the property, then for the lawyer to do the whole work, which in most of the cases consists on first a private contract with the seller, which is signed by the lawyer on behalf of the client, and to establish then a deadline for the public deed before the notary to be signed. And that signing is also possible to be done online, just by the buyer sending a power of attorney to the lawyer. So then the lawyer will be able to pay the corresponding tax and to register the property in the land registry. Once that is all done, you need to start the process for immigration. But just with the application, the person can move here to Spain, actually. This process for immigration can be also done telematically. During the pandemic, the government has provided the tool for immigration lawyers to be able to access a system by which everything is done online. So with the required power of attorney, which is done in a notary there in India, then legalized or stamped with the Harta Postil, for this to be internationally valid here in Spain. With that power of attorney to the lawyer, he will be also able to do all the administrative managements which are required for the residency.
Okay, we have more questions from our audience. What is an average deposit rate for off-plan properties in Spain? What is typical payment scheme? How many instances and what period? What interest rate?
Okay. It depends on if you are buying off-plan or if you are buying a already built property. If you are buying off-plan, initially the initial deposit that is required to be paid is around 30% of the value of the property. And then staged payments along the general time frame for building is 12, 18 months. After 12, 18 months, once the first occupation license from the local council is obtained, you just can sign the notary deed, which is like the completion deed, the official public contract of acquisition of the property, and go to the land registry. And in terms of rates, the mortgage rates are now very low in Spain, are incredibly low. I think are Euribor and almost nothing else. So it's very, very affordable at the moment. Initially, for foreign investors, they don't grant the whole price of the property. They require like the 30% to be paid by the investor, and then banks usually grant 70% of the amount.
Is there a lot of distressed properties right now in Spain? Meaning that do you see that some owners are selling urgently for 40 or 50% discount, something like that is happening or not?
Yes, yes, it is happening. It is happening. And there is a very interesting market because many people, I can talk specifically about UK people because there was huge market of UK people buying during the real estate bubble that happened from 2002 to 2006. These people completed, many of them completed in 2006, 2007. And therefore, they completed at very, very high prices and are paying high mortgage installments towards properties that value kind of 50% less that they value then. Now with the Brexit and the devaluation of the pound, and then the obstacles for them to be able to come and enjoy the property for the long period that they were allowed to enjoy uh, some people are just very seriously thinking of stopping paying the mortgages. And banks in Spain know that going through a repossession procedure against these people would be crazy. Crazy because first, the European Union has set a lot of checks, a lot of they review very carefully the repossession procedure in Spain, which was very much in favor of the lender. And now the law has very consumer protective character. Therefore, for a bank to repossess a property, um, together with being very lengthy and costly, they cannot repossess the property for less than a minimum value that the government set. So if you go to the bank, once a client has a problem, like what we do in our law firm at present, once a client comes to us with problems to keep paying the mortgage, if you approach the bank with a clear strategy, they are willing to settle and to leave the client, I mean, to allow him to stop paying the mortgage and delete the debt. At that very right moment, if someone comes, if an investor comes willing to offer money for the property, the bank, especially in these times and with the economic downturn that we are prepared to experience in the next at least couple of years, the bank will be very much prepared to accept the offer of the investor. It is if it is reasonable and a value which can be below the market value. So it's a place where investment can come and I mean, you need to I mean, I can say that us, as people who have been defending clients for 16 years and clients who have mortgages and cannot support them, and know very well how banks work, how banks decide when, what you need to say. We are very able to reach those agreements and obtain good price properties for our clients, because the other distressed properties are those who already been repossessed by the banks, are published in their websites, and they publish them at the market value, obviously. But if you go through this other procedure through a lawyer who has like a portfolio of properties which are distressed properties but is still not being repossessed by the bank, this opportunity is something that can be explored.
So it sounds like a wonderful time actually to buy properties in
Yes.
Spain.
Yes, that's, I mean, it's not easy. You need to have a good lawyer doing that for you. And, but banks are willing, they are not able to sell all the properties that they got. I mean, they have been trying to do it since 2008, and still they got thousands of properties in their portfolios. So, I mean, they don't make the things easy for you from the very beginning. But if you are persistent and you got all the elements to persuade them and you are able to obtain good prices for investors. We are
Thank you so.
promoting this service.
Thank you so much. One more question. When do you think Spain will reopen after COVID? Meaning, when Indians can travel to Spain? When do you think? Like this spring or summer or autumn? What are your forecasts?
Well, the general forecasting is that not till the end, I mean, our population will not be healthy. The general forecast is till the end of the year, because vaccinations are not going the speed that they should be going. But welcoming or people arriving in Spain will depend on the situation of the country itself. As you know, and what is happening in other many countries, depending on how the COVID is evolving in those countries, Spain is opening or closing the border for them. So depending on how India develop in terms of being healthy, being immune, they will have the borders open for them. But in the meantime, it's true that this disruptive and clear, uncertain period offers the opportunity to find better prices.
Okay, thank you so much, Maria, for a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for a lot of useful information. I'm sure all our attendees really enjoyed the presentation, and I would like to draw your attention, dear viewers, that you see all the contacts of Maria on the screen. Please feel free to contact Maria directly shall you have any further questions. And we are moving to the next destination. And thank you so much, Maria, for the presentation. Wishing you a wonderful day. We will be staying in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will ask my team to check, do we have our next speaker online with us?
Hello, good morning.
Hello, Daliah. I would like to present our next speaker, Daliah Sklar, founder and UK immigration solicitor of DRSI Global. Daliah, do you hear us? Do you see us?
I hear you. I can't see you.
Great, Daliah. So for the next 30 minutes, this virtual stage is yours. Please start your presentation.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everybody, and please let me introduce myself. My name is Daliah Sklar, and I'm a British immigration solicitor. I'm a founder and director of DRSI Global and DRSI Law. We have offices in the UK, the US, and the Middle East. DRSI was established over 16 years ago, and my team and I specialize in immigration law to the US and to the UK. We are licensed immigration solicitors in both the UK and the US, and we're certified translators and public notaries. Today, we shall be talking about the historic changes that have occurred in my homeland in the United Kingdom, or otherwise known as Great Britain, only in the last 3 weeks. No, I'm not talking about the terrible worldwide pandemic of the corona that has attacked and frozen the world. I'll actually be talking about the Brexit and how this will affect the entire policy of all the UK immigration and the economy worldwide. So just a few words about the United Kingdom, or is that Britain, or there again, Great Britain, or even England? It can be confusing. So what is what? Please let me clarify. The small island that sits northwest of Europe, the United Kingdom, is made up of 4 nations. So we have England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. We know that there are 2 main islands, England, Scotland, and Wales, which are called Great Britain. And Northern Ireland sits in the north of the island of Ireland. So together, all of these nations are known as the United Kingdom, with London at its capital and Her Majesty the Queen as our highest power. So today I want to focus on the Brexit, the exit of Britain from the from the European Union, and how and why that will be relevant to you as a potential investor and immigrant to the UK. So allow me to give you a very brief history of the Brexit move. The UK joined the European Union in 1973, but as the years passed, many of the British felt unhappy with the arrangement. And as we know, the people of the UK voted in a democratic referendum to leave the European Union in 2016. And of course, there were many reasons for a drastic separation, but again, as we can discuss that further in the future. What we will focus on today is the end to the prominent policy of freedom of movement. And what is this? So in the past, all 28 member countries shared many common policies, rules, and regulations. They even have their own parliament. However, one of the most important aspects was the policy of freedom of movement, which makes up 444 million citizens were allowed to work, study, live, gain housing benefits, and enjoy national health coverage from any country within the EU. So as a small example here, a French construction company could start to build a project in Spain, hire 200 Romanian European citizens to work there without any special permits. If you were a Greek citizen or a Lithuanian or a Spanish, you could turn up at Heathrow Airport with 10 suitcases and request to come and live in London the next day. No questions were answered. There were no border control. Well, this policy did not go well for Britain, who ended up voting to stop hosting Europeans in their country, as well as paying European coverage. So fast forward till today, January 2021, people believed the sun would not rise any longer. And finally, an amicable agreement has been made. It has taken almost 3 years, but let's be honest, the European Union were not so happy, but the UK was free to do its own thing and set out its own immigration policy. So the UK chose to go alone and divorce Europe, to leave the club and all the rules and the regulations with them and start their own proud British club. So what relevance is this to you, and how could you benefit from this divorce? So let me explain how the Brexit situation has presented new investment possibilities to the rest of the world. Now, this means that the rules had to change. So after examining what Britain would need, after analysing the sectors and the industries, they set up a point-based immigration system. We today now have a brand new immigration policy that will include all foreigners, and they will be treated equally. A French businessman will now be required to apply for the same permit as an Indian businessman coming to work in the UK. So this is now the land of opportunities. Membership to the EU club was terminated, a new land of opportunities has been created, and it will be bigger and greater than ever. Now, mutual business with Europe will certainly continue, and the UK will continue to buy German cars and French wines and Spanish fruit. And of course, the EU will still recognise London as the world's global financial centre. But let's understand what has changed. The UK will no longer be chained to EU laws or regulations. There'll be no more freedom of movement for Europeans, and here lies the opportunity. The UK now announced that they are eager with open arms to inviting all foreign investment, business and skilled workers to the UK today, focusing on Asia, America, the Middle East and Africa. If we look to technology today, technology investment in UK soared by 44% to over 10 billion in just 2020. With cyber attacks hitting the headlines on a daily basis, it is no surprise to see that cybersecurity went up 54%. Greater London again emerges 33% of the percentage of specialists in the tech world in the country. We cannot ignore the impact global issues have on society of the economy. And COVID-19 has profoundly affected demand for roles across the labour market. Digital tech is the second in importance to the UK labour market in 2020. Digital roles have seen a 36% uprise from just June to August 2020. Education. Education for our children is recognised worldwide by the best schools and colleges in the and universities in the world. Eton, Oxford, Cambridge, Manchester. Culture and sport. As we all know, this is a leading international sphere for culture and sport. International leading events, the Cricket World Cup, Rugby World Cup, Women's World Cup for football, museums, art galleries, ballet, street art, whatnot. History and natural beauty, from golden eagles to unspoiled coastline, miles of countryside and serene lakes, and over 15 national parks. UK minimum wage. Minimum wage in the UK with new increase of 2.2% from 2020. It is one of the world's leading salaries. Minimum wage £8.91 for up to 23 years old and above. UK housing prices, they raised right now in 2020 on average 6% higher than in 2019. The average house today in the UK reached a record of £253,000 in December. The average UK house was worth £14,000 more in December last year than the same month in 2019. And here you can see some examples of beautiful property in the UK with their prices. So we can see an average price of a 5-bedroom country house with 3.5 acres, 16th century cottage for £750,000. Or an average 7-bedroom, 6-bathroom with an indoor swimming pool and tennis courts for just under $2,400,000. Now, this is where my speciality lies. So let me delve into a few of our expertise at DRSI Law. Once a client is introduced to myself or to one of my team members, we shall arrange a consultation to evaluate his interests at a macro and a micro level, what he needs for his company, his family, his long-term plan, and his passport or residency. Today, we shall discuss the types of revolutionary visas applications and available today that come with the new laws. Today you will become familiar with a few of the terms that you will need to hear about. The skilled worker visa, the sponsor license, the overseas rep visa, the investor, the startup innovator visa, and finally my new favorite, the talent visa. So what is the process? If we're talking to a CEO of a foreign company located in India, Asia, then may usually be interested to find out how to set up a UK company, perhaps as a branch company or a sister company. The simplest stage is the first initial visa that we would appoint to one of your senior executives first of your foreign company. This initial stepping stone visa is to allow you to test the water in the UK. Your overseas rep will be granted a 3-year visa to come to the UK to test and take market research, to do his checks and to report back to see if the UK will be a successful location to open up a new company. Within 3 years, if your overseas representative has set up a company, he can apply for an extension for a further 2 years and then residency, which will lead him to citizenship or a British passport. The entire process can take less than 6 to 8 weeks, and my firm can advise you throughout the entire way. Now, once your overseas representative has arrived in the UK and set up a UK company and a bank account and a basic setup in the UK, we can then request a special license to be granted to the UK company, which is called a sponsor license. This license shall allow your company to hire skilled foreigners, or otherwise today known as skilled workers. And from there on, your UK company will have a 4-year platform to hire any employees they wish to hire from anywhere in the world. The new UK laws were enacted on the 1st of December, just over a month ago. And the new laws now today allow your new company to hire any senior executives to low skilled. New jobs have been added to the list of shortage occupations, which include construction workers, butchers, gardeners. The UK are well aware that without the Europeans filling these jobs, shortages are to start in many industries very quickly. Now we shall move to the Startup Innovator Visa. This will be aimed at young entrepreneurs who may not come from a foreign company, but they do wish to start a new company from scratch in the UK. The UK have split this visa into 2 groups: those who have already raised funds of around £50,000 and are ready to set up their company. These are called the innovators. And those with promise who are only just starting to search for a direction, but are showing eager promise in a business field. These are called the startups. The UK government set up a list of endorsement organisations who, for a fee, usually an annual fee, shall offer a 2 to 5 year mentorship programme. Within this mentorship programme, they will introduce the company and give them guidance in the finance, in the marketing, in the business, and they will be there to support them in order to become successful. The idea is to demonstrate an innovative idea to the UK, and the endorser has the authority to see potential in this business and sponsor them. Now, if the talent actually sources from neither a startup innovation entrepreneur or a foreign company, the newest and most exciting visa that my firm have successfully received over 100% success rate is called the talent visa. This is a most incredible resident permit that is aimed at attracting to the UK the best talent from 3 main industries: The first industry is from the art sector. So this includes artists, fashion designers, architects, actors, authors, etc. The second industry will be the tech industry. And this includes both sides of the sphere, from the founders and finance to the developers, the software engineers, the architects. And this will cover all areas of tech, prop tech, fintech, low tech, biotech, AI, cyber, gaming, etc. And the last sector that the UK are looking for talent is in the academia. They're looking for researchers, scientists, professors from any background, linguistics, historians, engineering, and also medicine. So the idea is simple. During the first stage, we gather information to show that the applicant itself has a reputation in their country. This could be articles from newspapers, this could be reference letters from peers, this can be awards that they won or even were nominated. During this stage, we file an endorsement. This is based on around 10 pieces of evidence, again showing reputation, media, articles, and this takes around 4 to 6 weeks to receive a response from the endorser, whether they approve or they request further information. You can then apply for entry clearance to come to live in the UK from the Home Office. The work permit allows you to come to the UK to contribute your skills in any form once you arrive in the UK. So you can work as an employee for another company, you can mentor, you can set up your own business, or you can do all of the three above. This is aimed at young leaders of the world who come from these three sectors that I spoke about. And the best part of this attractive option is that for the exceptional talent, they are permitted to apply for permanent residence in 3 years and a British passport within only 4 years. This is far being the fastest way to apply for a British passport today. Here on the left-hand side, we can actually see a real endorsement. And as you can see, we requested this on the 8th of December, which was forwarded to Tech Nation, and it was approved on the 21st of December. So this is actually a very fast process. Finally, should you only be interested to come to the UK to relax and enjoy the beauty of your Scottish castle or play golf, or you may have not decided what you plan to do, you may rely on the investment visa. Now, this would require you to invest £2 million in a UK bank, which should be invested into a UK company after your arrival. After 5 years here, you can apply for permanent resident, and a year later, a British citizen. If you decide to invest a higher amount at 5 million, this waiting period will be shortened to 3 years, similar to the talent visa above. And if you want to push this even further, you can invest 10 million and receive your permanent resident within 2 years and your passport in 3. Here we see a photo of the final visa that you will get before entry to the UK. Once you have this visa in your passport, you will be granted 3 months in order to enter into the UK. Once you enter into the UK within those 3 months, you will then be directed to your local post office, closest to the address that you will have given already to the Home Office, and you will pick up your BRP card, which is your biometric resident card. You will then slot your biometric resident card in your wallet, and you can then fly in and out of the country as many times as you wish within the time of your visa application. So the visa in your passport is no longer relevant after you've used it within the first 3 months. Here we add a small recommendation from one of our clients who was approved an artist visa. She was a young 25-year-old painter. She just had 3 gallery exhibitions and 2 sales of her art. She had 2 articles about her work in the local journal, And today she is now on her way to the UK as we speak with an exceptional talent visa. And we read here, I received my visa within a very few weeks after submitting my application. Daliah Sklar is very oriented, highly skillful, and she was there for any questions I had. Applying for a visa or any immigration process can be very stressful, and Daliah made this process as smooth as possible. I'm very grateful I had this opportunity to work with her, and I warmly recommend her to anyone in need of an immigration lawyer. I would like to add that within the last 16 years, my firm has issued thousands of work visas to the UK, and we have always worked closely with the highest British governmental bodies, as we always try to partner our clients with specific British departments that can help them with their industries, such as maybe the London Stock Exchange, the AIM, and especially the Department of Trade and Investment, which are there to grant and help you with a red carpet when you and your family come to live in our wonderful country. Britain is one of the most diverse, tolerant, and multicultural countries in the world. And today, especially, we open our arms and welcome you. My door is always open, and we're available on Zoom and WhatsApp and by email. And now I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Daliah, for your wonderful presentation. You know, it was up to date, very useful. You answered almost all the questions during your speech. We still have some. So we have a question from the audience. What would it take to set up a DMC in UK, group tourism, language camps? Is this industry worth investing in a long-term perspective?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part of the question?
Yes, is this industry worth investing in a long-term perspective? So somebody wants to open a DMC in UK, asking your opinion about that.
Yes, I think that the idea should be, first of all, that you should come to the UK, you should do your market research very well, you should check today what the updated situation is. There may be many, many doors in your local country for assistance. For example, the Department of International Trade in the country can many times they can offer you actually research specifically in that sector. So happily, if you'd like to contact me, I'll happily make any contacts and we can look together whether that would be a good option to come to the UK with today.
Thank you so much, Daliah. You know, UK for India, it was always one of the most demanded destinations, and till now a lot of our attendees are very interested in the destination you're describing. And what is interested is it possible to do everything online, not to visit prior receiving the visa or everything else? So because of lockdowns and because of COVID restrictions, it is hard to travel nowadays. So is it possible to complete the entire application online in full without visiting the country?
So certain applications are possible to do online today. The process is really, if we, for example, will just focus on the global talent visa. So the first stage, we are permitted now to upload everything online. During the application at the beginning, it will take between 6 to 10 weeks. After that, once we receive our approval, we then need to physically give biometric fingerprints at the embassy. We have 3 months in order to find an embassy which we want to go to. I know, and my office is checking every day for offices that open and offices are closed. There are many biometric offices that close because of local restrictions, but nevertheless, this is one of the mandatory requirements because the authorities do require actual fingerprints and biometrics. The law did recently allow us now to fly to a different country if the office, the biometric office, is open in that country. So, for example, if you're from France, but the office in Paris is closed, you are now allowed to fly to another country, even a non-European country, to submit your application, wait there, and then enter into the UK. The UK has not closed its borders. There may be quarantine, but nevertheless, if we're thinking about a long-term process here, this is we can actually plan the time schedule accordingly.
Thank you so much for answering the question. We have more. Thank you, Daliah, for the wonderful presentation. I am a lawyer based in India, working in the area of human rights. In your opinion, what are the chances of me getting the visa in academia category?
Oh, that's a very good question. The academics, based upon the talent, is based upon either having a PhD or having equivalent education to a PhD. And then after this, we will need to see that you have had publications and perhaps some type of research. They look to see if your publications have been funded or maybe you've been granted an award. The other option would be, if you are a lawyer, perhaps that we would recommend that you apply for a job offer in the UK. It could be easier for you to start the accreditation for your professional qualifications first, pass the bar in the UK, and once you pass the bar, I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding a job. And the last option could always be, perhaps you have a UK partner, perhaps like to set up your own business in the UK. You wouldn't be specifically permitted to deal with law, since you wouldn't be accredited until you pass the bar, but perhaps you could set up a business to deal with human rights, and that would absolutely be a possibility that my firm can assist you with.
Thank you so much, Daliah. Do you deal with all types of UK immigration programs, meaning that if among our audience there are questions for the types of immigration programs you didn't describe, can they address you directly and put your questions so you may help them?
Yes, absolutely. We deal with all types of immigration except for asylum. So my firm does not deal with refugee or asylum applications.
Thank you. So I encourage all our viewers to to contact Daliah directly. See contacts on the screen, so you may use this email and phone number and website to contact Daliah and put your further questions. Daliah, the question from me: we see that in European Union there are a lot of recent legislative changes. For example, Malta, Cyprus, other countries are implementing changes. What do you think about UK? What are your personal opinion and forecasts? Are there any changes approaching us in the future, this year or next year, meaning that potential immigrants need to hurry up using these conditions because they may change, or you think they will not change and everything will remain as it is?
Well, I think we've just passed the change. So the specific deadline for Europeans to register and to move to live in the UK was the 31st of December 2020. That was the official date. At this point right now, I suppose the only last date that would allow any Europeans to remain in the UK is the 31st of the 30th of June 2021. By that time, any European who has already moved to the UK and is in the UK by the 30th of December can stay, and the registration will need to take place until the end of June 2021. But these are the major changes. So our changes have already started. They started on the 1st of January 2021, and a complete revolutionary style of visa applications. And the UK is going to be learning a lot of different changes now in the next few years, once we realize that we will not have the ability to hire Europeans in many different sectors. And I mean, personally, I can't remember the last time that I went to a restaurant, but when I did go to a restaurant, you know, the staff and the hotel staff are usually always European. This is going to be a very, very different change now. Our hotels, our restaurant industries, our catering, our food, they're going to now need to hire foreigners from outside, and this is now the time for Indian companies to consider setting up businesses and hiring Indian employees to come and work in their hotels and their restaurants. This is going to be a huge, huge escalation of immigration to the UK in the next few years.
Thank you so much, Daliah. I think our attendees really enjoyed your presentation. It was very concrete, very up-to-date, a lot of facts and figures. Thank you so much for preparing it for us. And to all our attendees, I recommend to contact Daliah. And Daliah, I wish you a very nice day. We are moving to our next destination. I will ask my team to check. Thank you so much, Daliah. Okay, so I see that our next speaker is ready. We are moving to another dream destination for all Indians, to the US. And I'm very pleased to introduce Kurt Royce, founder of EB5 Marketplace, who will be addressing with a speech, Choosing an EB5 Investment, what Indian investors need to know. Kurt, I know because of time difference, it's a night, deep night in the US, but thank you so much for being with us today, for joining us. Your speech was, you know, a lot of our viewers, attendees were waiting for it because, as you know, EB5 is one of the most popular programs. So one more time, thank you for being with us. And this virtual stage is yours for the next 30 minutes. Just checking if you hear me and see me well. So please say something so we will ensure that we do hear you well as well.
I can hear you well. I don't see you.
You don't see me? Okay. Maybe it's okay that you don't see me, but we see you and we hear you. It's the most important. So you can start your presentation, and for the next 30 minutes, this virtual stage is fully yours.
Great. Well, thank you for having me. So my name is Kurt Royce, and I'm the founder of EB5 Marketplace. And I think the first place we should start is just by going through the EB5 program. So the program requirements are fairly simple. You need to invest a minimum of $900,000 into a new commercial enterprise. The investment must create 10 jobs for Americans. And the third requirement is that your investment capital must be put at risk until you have satisfied the program requirements. So for anyone who didn't know the program requirements, there you go. So I thought we'd start off by just relaying to you the most common questions that I get from investor applicants. So the first question is there any chance that I won't get a green card? Will I get my investment capital back? How long will it take to get my investment capital back? If my application is denied, will my investment be fully refunded? Is there an opportunity for a decent return? And should I invest in a project with expedited processing? And what expedited processing means is it's an accelerated processing. So right now, processing times are about a year and a half. I think that an expedited processing would probably reduce that to about 6 months. So this will give you a sense of what most people are concerned about. Most people want to make sure that they're going to get their green card, they're going to get their money back. And of course, once they're feeling comfortable about those things, then they want to know about whether or not they can get a higher rate of return. But of course, if your application is denied, you want to be able to get your money back immediately. With all of these questions, they are specific to each investment. So I can't answer any of these questions generally, but I will walk you through the process of how to choose an EB5 investment. And there's essentially 3 steps. My belief is that in order to get the best investment option, you need to identify a multitude of EB5 investments. The reason is because you're going to be looking at the context of the offering terms, and you're also going to want as much choice as possible. So when I talk about market context, what I'm referring to is that each investment has language that needs to be compared to another investment. If you were only looking at one investment, it would be very difficult to know whether or not the terms that you're looking at are reasonable and how they would compare to other projects. So the more projects you look at, obviously, the more you can determine whether or not the project you're looking at will meet your needs in a better way than alternative investments might. That seems pretty obvious. The second step is to identify the key terms. So I've presented here some of the terms that we look at. I believe there are 17 different terms here. And if, by the way, if anyone wants to get a little bit of knowledge about how to ask a project for what questions to ask a project, you're more than welcome to email me. I believe I have my email address. Yeah, my email address is kurt@eb5marketplace.com. And what I can send you is a list of, I believe, 49 questions that our analysts typically will look at with each project. And additionally, within that package, you'll get a list of 36 different documents that we would normally ask for while we're evaluating a project. I'm getting a little bit of feedback, so it's throwing me off a little bit. So I apologize if I seem a little choppy. So you want to identify the key terms, and as I pointed out, there are a number of them. But you also need to verify the actual language in the offering documents that support what appears to be being promised to you in an investment. And I'll explain to you what I mean by that. One of the examples of the terms that you should be aware of is, and this is a common question from a potential investor, is if my EB5 application gets denied, or what we refer to as Form I-526 is the form that you file in EB5. If my I-526 form is denied, will I get my money back? And because this is such a common request, every project I'm aware of does offer a refund in case you get denied. But the denial refund language isn't always the same, and it's not equal. So I went through some of the projects that we have looked at recently, and I pulled out the language from a few of them, from 3 of them. So I want to walk you through some of the language that we see. In the first example, the summary that we put together read, in the event of an I-526 denial, the investment amount will be refunded within 60 days pursuant to a refund guarantee agreement provided by the corporation. And this is a substantial corporation that has certainly the wherewithal and resources to pay back as many investors that they would need to. Typically, it's not very common that we would get a denial. If you've got a good lawyer putting together your package, you're probably not going to face denial. But if you did, there would be really very little trouble for this corporation to be able to refund investors. In the second project I looked at, the language read, and again, this is paraphrased by our group, but in the event of a 526 denial, the general partner will attempt to refund the investment amount from available cash flows within 120 days. If sufficient funds are not available, the fund shall attempt to find a replacement investor. If a replacement investor is not found, the refund will be made when the fund has sufficient cash available. So you can see that even though these projects are promising to refund investors should they get denied, that would be a kind of a headline of how they would respond to the question. These are significantly different ways of approaching this guarantee. And in this third example, you'll see that in the event of I-526 denial, the fund shall use reasonable efforts to substitute the investor and refund the investment amount, but is not obligated to refund the investment amount. And again, this is even, I think, a little weaker promise to repay. They're asking, they're promising to make an effort, but you don't have any kind of guarantee that you're going to get your money back. So I think there's a significant difference in the importance. Well, certainly, the more important this issue is to an investor, the more they're going to put weight on this particular language. So we've talked about identifying a multitude of investments, and we've talked about identifying key terms. And so the third thing I wanted to bring up is the importance of organizing your key terms to make comparing these investments easier. Now, this is an image of what an I-526 application might look like. This was a recent filing, and this package, most of those documents represent the offering documents associated to the investment, and the rest of it represent the form that gets filled out along with the source of funds documentation, gets filed with the U.S. Immigration Service. When I got into this business back in 2012, 2013, I got into this business as the founder of a due diligence company. The company is called EB5 Diligence. It's still around, and my company, EB5 Marketplace, relies heavily on the due diligence that this firm does. But when we got into the business, we saw that there was no due diligence being done, and we thought, you know, if we could take these thousands of pages, or potentially 1,000 pages of the offering document, and reduce it down to a 35 or 40 page report, which is what we did, then people would be flocking to us. And it didn't happen that way. And I think that there was two reasons. One was the majority of investors at the time, back in 2013, 2014, were Chinese. And the Chinese didn't really have the appetite for due diligence that most investors today do. The strategy in China often was to rely on an agent to present them with a couple of options. The agent was supposedly doing the homework and making sure that those were the best options for investors. And the agent would present the investors with imagery, often of high rises in New York City with views of the Central Park. And it was clear that these deals could not possibly fail until they did fail. So partly the problem we had was that the market wasn't ready for due diligence, but the other problem was that even though we had reduced an offering package substantially down to something as a thin booklet, I still found that my clients were not really reading these booklets carefully. And then I eventually found that I was having trouble remembering all of the terms from the different deals. So unless I had these booklets in front of me, as people asked me questions, I would just get confused. And I remember answering the question wrong, and the client corrected me, and I realized there needed to be a better way. So in 2016, we started to build this online platform. And this is what it now looks like. So on the left-hand side, you'll see a list of the offerings, and we now have 14 on our platform, and we're adding about 3 to 5 every quarter. And so on the left-hand side, if you click on any of those investments, then the terms show up on the right. So I'm only showing you a sample here, but you can see that there is the investment amount, there is the number of investors that they're looking for, which is 40, and the number of investors they currently have at this moment, which is 20. We can see it's a loan structure. Now, just to be clear, EB5 investments must be equity investments. But the way they're normally structured is investors make an equity investment into a fund, and then that fund will either loan or make another equity investment into a job creating entity. It doesn't have to be that way, but that's how most projects are structured. So in this case, when I refer to loan, what I'm really referring to is how did the fund treat the money that it accumulated from the various investors? Now, the next note here is 5 years is the term. Now, if you click on that, it will expand and it will show you, again, this is where the details are very important. A 5-year term isn't always equivalent to another 5-year term. And here's an example. There are deals that the 5-year term is triggered upon a certain event happening. And in many cases, those events have already happened. So when we invest in a project like that, we're looking at less than 5 years, maybe 4.5 years from the time we invest before the loan becomes mature. There are other investments that talk about 5 years, but that period doesn't begin until, in some cases, until the last investor has invested in the project. And if it takes 1.5 years for them to raise all of their money from EB5, well, you're actually looking at potentially a 6.5-year loan. And then often in these loans, in these investments, we also see 1 or 2 or 3 years of extension options available to either the developer, which is a bigger problem because the developer is looking out for their own interests. We would hope that the fund manager is looking after the investor's interests. In some cases, the fund manager has the option to extend or not extend. And they would be making those decisions based on how many of their clients have gotten to a point where they can start getting their money back. If they can get their money back, the fund manager doing his job properly would start to call those loans in and pay people back. But of course, if they have not achieved the point where they can get their money back, then the fund manager may decide, let's leave it out there for another year. Let's get to the point where you can get your money back, keep it at risk. And those are the kind of managers that we typically like to work with. So if you go down the right-hand side, you'll see there's a capital stack is the first section, and this will tell you where EB5 investors fit into the rights to any collateral. Should something go wrong, is a bank going to take over the project and sell it at a discount in order to recoup its own loans, or is the EB5 fund in a strong enough position that it can dictate what happens next, which is certainly the case in some investments. And so you can open up any of these terms and you can look at the language that we have distilled from the offering documents, and then you can go from investment to investment and compare how you feel about each of these terms. So I won't go through the terms now, but you see bridge financing, government support, project timeline, job creation, all of those elements, they are very unique to each investment, and it's no sense in generalizing. You want to know exactly, in fact, many investments that are in the market today have already created enough jobs for all the investors that would be coming in. So very low risk as far as immigration is concerned, because the biggest hurdle you normally have is, did your money create the jobs? Additionally, on our platform, we have a strengths and risks analysis. So we're going to, again, this is where we talk about the context. We're looking at what's the strengths of this investment compared to the other investments in the marketplace. And in the last 2.5 years, we've looked at over 150 investments. So we know what the market is offering. We know what's out there, and we're only working with the investments that we feel strongest about. And the same is true with the risks. We're going to highlight the risks where we think that the investment has not dealt with a particular key term or element of their offering in a way that maybe other investments have put investors in a better position. The next tab we see here is a site visit video. Now, we haven't done site visits for about a year, but before 2020, we would go out and visit with management. We would record our meetings. We would walk the site. We would record that as well. And we make the site visit available, the video available here. The next tab is marketing materials. So you can still look at those glossy pictures, and that can be very helpful to understand what is being built. Now, real estate has historically been an EB5 mainstay, but we see now more and more investments are being made into other non-real estate and non-hospitality related businesses. The next tab is progress. So we get quarterly updates on each investment, and we provide that information to investors from the time they invest, even before they invest, throughout the life cycle of the investment. And I will tell you that most investments do have about a 5-year term. So that's typically how long your money should be out. Right now, Indians are current in EB5, so there is no delay, but I do expect that 2 factors are going to change that. We know that in March, the fiscal year in India will transition so that people that want to get their money out of India will get some of it out before the end of the fiscal year and more the other half out possibly at the beginning of the next fiscal year. So that's one reason why we think that March will be a very busy month. And then the program is expiring right now in June 30th. We're hoping that we're going to be extended, and I think we will be. But I also think a lot of people are going to make sure that if they want to move to the US or they want their kids to grow up and go to college in the US or have the opportunity to get a job or start their own business, that they may want to do that before June. And then there's a few other things. We have news. So any news articles we come across, we have links to it. We have a tab for reports and the offering documents. So you can download the full report, which would have more information than we have on this screen, because we'll be looking into the backgrounds of the principals, and we'll be looking at the offering, the loan documents, and we'll be talking about those. So the report will be a little bit more, but I would expect, and what I recommend to my clients is that as they start to narrow down to a couple of investments, that's the time you want to start to download the due diligence report and really get into it and understand that, is there anything in here that's surprising to you? And then lastly, over here, below the sample investment, we have 2 ratings. So we rate each investment on the strength of the immigration, the likelihood that you're going to get your green card, and the likelihood of you getting the full return of your capital. Now, what we don't build into the financial model or the rating is the rate of return, or the return on investment. So if 2 investments had the same score on the financial strength, but one was offering 0.5% rate of return and the other was offering 5%, well, I would certainly expect and help my client recognize that that was a nice opportunity if we could get 5% without having any more risk on the financial side, assuming all things were considered equal. So this is the strategy that we have evolved into. It's turned into actually a fintech product. I don't think that I ever heard that term when we were building it originally, but it's a way for you to see a much larger section of the investments that are in the market. My estimate today is that there are probably 40 to 50 investments in the market right now. We have, as I mentioned, 14 investments currently on the platform, and I would argue that they're probably 14 of the best investments available. So I wanted to get through this relatively quickly and allow questions to be asked.
Thank you so much, Kurt, for useful information. It was very interesting. We have a couple of questions from our audience. The first question is, India has a yearly cap of transferring a max of 250,000 a year. How can an individual invest 900,000 in an EB5?
You know, that's a complicated question that I'm actually not an expert at, but I have access to experts that are familiar, not only familiar, but do this on a regular basis. So again, if you want to email me, kurt@eb5marketplace.com, I'll make an introduction to you. And there are some very creative ways to get the entire, and by the way, I would tell you that you'll probably need to get $1 million out, because between the investment amount and the admin fee and the attorney's fees and the filing fees, you're getting close to $1 million investment. So if you need to get your money out, if you're looking for ways to do that, I know somebody who can probably help you.
Thank you much.
And it's very important to do it right, because we started to see the Immigration Service deny people because they have not followed the rules of their own country. And I think it's a ridiculous rule. And I think that it was partly imposed by the Trump administration to nullify some of the petitions from India. But my understanding is that there are ways to get around it.
Thank you so much for answering. The second question is, are there any visa quotas per country?
There are 7% quota for every country, and there are 10,000 visas available per year. So India, even though it's the largest country besides China in the world, is only entitled to 700 visas a year. And 700 visas doesn't mean 700 filings or 700 investments, because you're able to bring your wife or your husband, your spouse, and your children who are under 21, each of those people take a visa. So that 700 is normally divided by 3. So typically 250 or so investments per year are available to Indian investors.
Thank you. Next question is, can a stepdaughter get EB5 visa as a family member? A stepdaughter.
Can a daughter get an EB5 visa?
Can a stepdaughter get EB5 visa as a family member? Yeah.
Got it. You know, I don't know the answer to that question. And I will tell you that I know almost every immigration attorney in the EB5 industry. I'm an investment banker who only works in EB5. And I will be happy to introduce you to 1 or 2 attorneys that can certainly answer that question. I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Okay, thank you so much. We don't have any more questions, but I wanted to ask you, Kurt, briefly introduce EB5 Marketplace, and I will start. Please correct me if I will be wrong. As far to my understanding, you deal with different regional centers, so you do not represent a particular one, so you can recommend different projects and different regional centers to investors depending on their needs and requests, right? So you are kind of independent advisor, right? So you
yes,
pick
that's correct.
The best project for
the way
this
our
particular
business is
investor.
operated is we do not charge investors anything. So you can work with us at no cost and no obligation. The way we work is we actually pay for the due diligence ourselves. So a company can come to us and say, we've got a project, it's ready for EB5. They always will tell me it's the best project in the market. Every one of them tells me that. And then we will review it. If we like it, then our broker-dealer firm, the firm that supervises us, will strike a commission deal with that project. And then once that's done, then the project would get a full due diligence. Again, no cost to the issuer. So they have no influence on our due diligence review. And we learned that early, because what we found is when we used to charge them, they used to think they had some editorial control over what we wrote. So that has been eliminated, and you're going to get what we think is the truest information that we're able to provide.
Thank you so much, Kurt. We don't have any more questions, and I would like to draw attention of our attendees that we have full contact details of Kurt on the screen. So you have email, telephone number, and also a website. Please feel free to contact Kurt directly using these contacts, and Kurt will answer all your further questions. And Kurt, I wish you a nice part of night and the next day. Thank you so much for being with us in your late hours. It was really very useful and interesting, you know, very structured presentation. Everything was answered very clearly. Thank you one more time, and we are moving to our next destination.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I will ask my team now to check if our speakers from Portugal are ready, and if they are, please bring them to our virtual stage. Portugal is one of the most demanded destinations, by the way, for buying real estate. It's a good market actually, and I see that our speakers are already with us. I'm very pleased to present Liucija Ruseckaja, CEO and co-founder of Amber Star Real Estate, and Dasha Litvinets, PR manager of Amber Star Real Estate. Just a few words from myself that Portugal, to our Indian audience today, that Portugal is one of the most interesting and growing market of real estate. Real estate in Portugal was always in high demand, in good shape, while other countries were facing up and downs. Portugal was growing even in crisis. I'm sure our speakers today will tell you more. So Liucija and Dasha, this virtual stage is yours for the next 30 minutes. To our attendees today, I will ask to put your questions in the chat, and we will address those questions to our speakers at the end of their speech. So please go on with your presentation.
Hello, everybody. We are glad to be here. We will explain for you everything what you want to
Don't
know
hear
about
the sound.
in Portugal. New rules in Golden Visa, and all new rules will explain in our presentation. Please, Dasha.
So, hello everyone. We are going to start. Well, as you know, Golden Visa is the program for investors. If you invest in Portugal, you get the residence permit, and it's a very special one. You don't need actually to live here permanently. So, I briefly explain which kind of investments we have. It's the real estate investment, direct investment, business investment, and investments in science and culture. And from July 1st, 2021, we are going to have new rules. So the prices of the Golden Visa and for investments are going to change. Till that time, we have the old rules. So have this in mind, because the deadline for Golden Visa program is when you apply for Golden Visa and have all the documents in the services for immigration. Then it means that your process is starting for Golden Visa. So if you do this till June 30, 2021, it's okay. From July 1st, the new rules apply. So direct investment is 1 million deposit on one's Portuguese bank account when you open it here in Portugal. The second option is the investment of 350,000 euros in venture funds that usually give the profit of 3 to 5%. By the new rules, from July 1st, you have to deposit minimum of 1,500,000 euros, 5,000 euros more, or 500,000 euros in venture funds. Business investment is when you found a new business, a new company in Portugal, and create 10 job positions and keep them for 5 years. And the second option is if you don't want to found a new company, you can invest in the existing company in Portugal, the minimum of 350,000 euros. And the company undertakes creation of 5 job positions to keep them for next 3 years. By new rules, well, the foundation of the company is maintained, but the option for investment in the existing company rises till.
Liucija, Dasha, do you hear me? we have some
Yeah.
some issues with the sound. I want to check. Do you have a link to this conference opened? If it is, please close, because we have some issues with the sound. So it's like a huge echo is on air.
Okay.
So please close this online conference as a viewer, as an attendee, and just open the link for speakers. Only that link.
Let me
And
see.
if you can make a sound a bit lower, just to correct your sound, to decrease the volume of your sound.
So
Try to
which
say
link
something.
which link do I have to close? Which link?
So there should be only one link for speakers.
Yes. So I close this one.
Okay, I think we have some technical issues, and we will wait for Dasha and Lucia to check the sound. I think it is okay now. Let us. Okay, Lucia and Dasha, please say something so we can check.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we do hear you. I think now it's better, right?
Now it's better? Okay. Okay, all
Yes,
right.
please go on. Sorry for these technical issues.
Okay. So from July 1st, the minimum investment in the company in Portugal is 500,000 euros. And then investment into the science and cultural heritage is from 250,000 euros in culture and 350,000 euros minimum in science, in scientific research. From July 1st, it's gonna be 500,000 euros in scientific research and 350,000 euros in culture. And obviously, the most reliable and profitable way to invest is the real estate investment. The first option is 500,000 euros in any kind of property. It can be the land, the hotel, the residence, the apartments, anything you want, and in any location. But if you are going to choose the location of with the low population density or with GDP per capita of less of 75% of national average, then the price of the investment has the discount of 20%, and it's gonna be 400,000 euros minimum. And the second option is if the investment is made in the property which is located in rehabilitation areas or is more than 30 years old, then, for example, in Porto and Lisbon, in the city centers, then the investment is 350,000 minimum. If this rehabilitation area or the property of more than 30 years is located in the low population density areas, then the price is getting the discount of 30%. It's going to be 280,000 euros minimum. By new rules, from July 1st in 2021, the minimum investment in real estate, which was 500,000 euros, is gonna be 1 million euros. In real estate located in the low population density, which was equal to 400,000 euros minimum, it's gonna be 500,000 euros from July. Investment in real estate in rehabilitation areas which is now till July 350,000 euros, gonna be 500,000 euros. And the rehabilitation areas in the low population density areas is gonna be 350,000 euros. So you can see the differences more or less which are going to be made. And a new parameter of investment in real estate will be the real estate located anywhere except Porto and Lisbon and outside of rehabilitation areas. These properties will need an investment of 750,000 euros minimum. Also, another change is that from July 1st, Portuguese coast is taken off the low population density area. Till then it is the low population density. So you can invest in rehabilitation areas 280,000 euros and 400,000 euros in areas which are not rehabilitation, any kind of property in Portuguese coast. And Madeira and Azores Islands are added into this group of the low population density areas. But it's all from July 1st. You can see here the example of the map. With white painted the districts that are for 1 million or 500,000 euros investment. And with blue is painted the low population density areas. Well, now we are going to talk a little bit about the advantages of golden visa in Portugal. Obviously, it's fast residence permit acquisition. In 8-9 months, you can get your residence permit. The mandatory stay in Portugal for golden visa residents is only 14 days for each 2-year residence permit.
Sorry, because yes, residence permit you will get 3 times per 2 years. 2 years, 2 years, and more 2 years.
Yes, and after 5 years, after receiving the first residence permit, you have the right to apply for citizenship in Portugal or for permanent residence. Portugal is actually the only European country where with such low investments you can apply for citizenship practically without living here. And the only thing for citizenship, you have to make an exam, which is very easy, and it's absolutely possible to make it online, which is quite comfortable to make right now. The second citizenship in Portugal is allowed. So if your country permits to have 2 citizenships, it is absolutely legal here. No problem with that. And you can apply for citizenship and for a residence permit for all family members. It is possible to study here with golden visa, to have the state health insurance, have official work, lead their own business in Portugal. So you have all those advantages and privileges that Portuguese residents that live in here have. And obviously the open circulation in Schengen area with the residence permit. It is possible to invest here in Portugal as a person, as yourself, or as a company. You can also buy 1, 2, or more properties in order to achieve that minimum amount foreseen by the program of golden visa, depending on the region, obviously. And you can rent your property right after the purchase. You don't have to wait a few years until you get this right. It's absolutely allowed here, and you don't have to lose your money, lose your time. And obviously, after 5 years, if you apply for citizenship in Portugal, you get a citizenship or permanent residence, you have a possibility to sell the property or offer it, do it with this, anything you want. You don't have to keep it. You only have to keep it during your residence permits, the temporary ones, which are golden visa. And obviously, it's very easy to apply for a golden visa and make the investment remotely. We do it remotely with our clients from different countries for how many years? 5. For 5 years. Since August the last year, 2020, we closed 12 golden visa. 11 from these 12 golden visas were done remotely. Only one person wanted to come to choose the property physically. So it is possible. There's no problem with us, and we work with nice companies, good companies, with advocates. So there's no problem. We keep informed about all the news about golden visa, all the documents we need. So everything we can prepare remotely with no problems. Well, some general information about Portugal. It has the grade level of education, which is valid in any European country. So if you want your children to have their studies here, it's possible and it's valid everywhere. Good quality of life, state health insurance, nice climate, low criminality. Actually, Portugal is on the 3rd place of the safest countries in the world, and it has attractive taxation system if you want to open your business, for example, and even non-residents can apply for a mortgage in Portuguese banks, up to 70% of the total price of the property, for example. Protection of the property rights, regardless of citizenship, it's yours, and there's no question of it. And tax incentives for retirement age, if you want to stay here and live here. Now we are going to talk a little bit about our projects that we have here. This project is the building on Gonçalo Cristóvão Street in Porto, in the city center. So it is in the rehabilitation area where the minimum amount of investment is 350,000 euros till 1 of July. Till 1 of July, yes, that's very important to mention. The construction is planned to start in January, so it's already started in 2021 till September 2022. You can see here some renders that are examples of how it's going to be in the future. And like meters from the metro station Trindade, which is the most central metro station. Materials are used for walls and floors. Then another project on Firmeza Street with 5 apartments. You can see here it's an old building which was recently renovated, new material with, you can see here, it became a 5 apartment building with very nice looks. It's actually already done.
Yes, it's T1 and 2 T2 apartments. Yes, one of them is duplex, and it's in the center of Porto.
So also for golden visa of 350,000 euros till July. Another residential complex with a lounge terrace on the roof is the apartment building. Also for visa 350,000 euros. It's not located in the city center. It's located by the sea, in a little bit outside of the city center, so it's in a very calm region. And on the roof, you can see here we have the pool, the lounge, terraces where you can make any events with your friends. Apartments are pretty spacious, very nicely constructed, and the nice materials, very how to say, noble materials are used for these apartments. They're between T0s and T3s. Another one is the guest house. It is the actual house, the old house in Porto rehabilitation area. It was renovated, obviously, and can be used as a guest house. Now the price is 1,175,000 euros. And for this kind of project, I told you, you can have the mortgage from the Portuguese bank, even being non-resident. So you pay the amount, the minimum amount seen by the program of Golden Visa, and for the rest of the amount, you can ask the mortgage in the bank. So it's a kind of a very traditional interior, also made of. It's a homey and cozy environment. The option that we have for these guests, for example, is possibility of making 3 golden visas by investment made by 3 persons. In case of you, if you want to invest the whole amount at once, or as I told you before, 1 or 2 golden visa, and for the rest of the amount is the up to 70% Portuguese banks. The mortgage rate here in Portugal is from 1.5% to 2%. Another type is the commercial. Is the hotel spa in Algarve, in Lagos, which suites from 190,000 euros to 239,000 euros. They actually have a very nice profit, yearly profit. They promise from 7 to 10% of yearly income for owners of these suites. And also you can stay there up to 2 weeks per year for free. So for this kind of property, you can invest the minimum of 280,000 euros or 400,000 euros. So it's a very famous beach. Another type of investment is in Lisbon. It's the project in Lisbon of residences, luxury ones, that you can also rent, because it's like a hotel, but it's a hotel of apartments. In the city center, you can see over there the River Tejo and the bridge, 25th of April. The lounge on the roof, the pool, the garden. So you are staying in the city center, but at the same time, you have this paradise garden inside. The project is being built, and it's going to be finished this year on the 2nd semester. They give you the profit of 3% yearly income. Well, you have you can see that in our database we have all kind of properties, the residences for renting, commercial hotels, spa, lands, apartments, vineyards. So anything which is the most suitable for you, we can make you a consultation and give you the answer what is the most profitable and the nicest way to invest here in Portugal in your case. And obviously, Star, our company, helps you with residence permit in Portugal, with golden visa, with bank mortgage. For the more information, for more options, you can see our website www.amberstar.pt. And our contacts are on the screen. So anytime you can contact us by email or by WhatsApp number, which is in the middle. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Liucija. Thank you so much, Dasha, for this interesting presentation, a lot of information. And we have some questions. The first one is, if you invest in real estate having historic value, are there any restrictions regarding renovation works? It is part of the nation's cultural heritage, but it can be in a very bad condition.
Well, the renovation works are usually included in the investment. Obviously, depend on. Sorry, I had to put it higher, the sound, because it's making too much echo. Can you hear us?
Please go on. Yes, I do hear you.
Well, the renovation works usually are included in the price of the investment. For example, the visa for 350,000 euros. You don't have to add anything extra in this investment for renovation works. It can be included in this investment.
The client will have two contracts. One contract for buying the property and another contract for these works. So the client will have do nothing.
Yeah. If the client wants actually the old property which was not renovated yet, then yes, obviously he has to make the list of things he has to do and the price for these works. But if the client is investing, for example, in Firmeza building, you can see here Firmeza Street building, which is already renovated, then we make this process that Liucija just said, two contracts, one for renovation works, one for the property price. And both of these have to form around 350,000 euros.
Thank you so much. The second question is, can the use of building be changed after the acquisition, like an old factory be redeveloped into a multi-purpose center?
Can you repeat, please?
Be changed after the acquisition, like an old factory be redeveloped into a multi-purpose center?
Well, the old factory can be redeveloped for in the commercial commercial property. Is this the question?
Like the purpose of the using the building can, for example, I see we have some problems with the sound. Maybe it will be easier if you will open the chat and read that question yourself.
Let me see.
Yes, I'm chatting.
Chat. Can the use of the building be changed after the acquisition? Yes. Yes, absolutely. You can buy the old property, which was not renovated yet, for making anything you want with this. You can renovate it. You can make of it the hotel, the restaurant, any kind of space you want.
Like an example, we have one old fabric that is possible to make a hotel or maybe residence building. It's situated in very beautiful area near Douro River. So yes, it is possible. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to thank you for an interesting presentation and a lot of insight. And I want to add that Portugal is a very good market to invest in real estate. So I definitely recommend all our attendees to pay attention to this market. And I would like to draw your attention that we have full contacts of Ambers on the screen. So shall you have any further question, or you would like to request a selection of properties on your specific request, please feel free to contact ladies and they will be happy to answer your questions. So Lucia and Dasha, thank you so much. I wish you a nice day in sunny Portugal, and we are now moving to our next destination. So I will ask my team to check. Thank you. I will ask my team to check if our next speaker, yes, I see that our next speaker is here with us. So I am pleased to announce Kaisha Ince, a lawyer, a principal of Caribbean Legal and Project Advisory. And Kaisha is like representing Sunshine of Grenada, and she will be addressing the topic Grenada Citizenship by Investment, the Migration Alternative. And Grenada is actually, among all the Caribbean citizenship, Grenada is one of the very most popular maybe destination for Indians because of its E2 opportunities. So for those of you who doesn't know about these opportunities, I definitely recommend you to pay full attention to this next speech in 30 minutes. And Kaisha, let's check. Do you hear me? Do you hear me well?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay, great. We do hear you well as well. So please start your presentation. This virtual stage of our conference is fully yours. And please also to our attendees, ask your questions in the chat. We will answer them all at the end of Kaisha's speech. So Kaisha, you can start your presentation.
Thank you. Namaste, Happy New Year, and warm greetings from the... I'm very pleased to be participating with ILP on the virtual conference and to speak to all of you in India. My name is Kaisha Ince. I'm a barrister and commercial and corporate lawyer, 32 years qualification, with specialist expertise in advising governments in the Caribbean on their investment and project financing. I am the former chairperson of Grenada's Citizenship by Investment program and the former senior commercial and governance advisor to the Prime Minister of Grenada. My company, Caribbean Legal and Project Advisory Limited, is based in the Caribbean with offices located in both Grenada and in Port of Spain. I offer confidential bespoke services to persons who are wishing to acquire second citizenship. Now, 2020 was the year like no other, with the pandemic causing widespread disruption. The only thing that I think was certain about 2020 was uncertainty. But amidst all of this, citizenship by investment programs, I'm sorry about this, citizenship by investment programs continue to provide services to persons seeking second citizenship. In fact, in 2020, we would have seen an increase in the number of applications that would have been received citizenship by investment programs in the Caribbean. Now, there are 5 countries in the Caribbean that provide, that have citizenship by investment programs. Those countries are Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, Dominica, St. Lucia, and Grenada. And I'm here today basically to tell you that arguably Grenada has the best benefits of all those programs in the Caribbean. So I'm just about to start my presentation.
Kaisha, sorry, we have some issues with the sound. Please, can you check? We will now start the video, your video, in order for our viewers to watch the video first. Please contact Veronica because we have some issues with the audio, with sound. So we will now start the video presentation, and you will have a couple of minutes to manage the sound issue. Okay?
Kimpton Kawana Bay project is a new luxury 5-star resort development located on the world-famous Grand Anse Beach in Grenada. It's been recently voted by both Condé Nast Traveler and CNN as one of the top beaches in the world. The Kimpton Kawana Bay project will feature an infinity edge pool, a state-of-the-art gym, spa facilities, multiple restaurants, and bars and lounges. The resort will be operated and branded by Kimpton Hotels and Restaurants. It is part of the Intercontinental Hotels Group, one of the largest hotel chains in the world. Kimpton Kawana Bay is currently under construction and will be handed over to Kimpton in 2022. Suites and studios are now available for sale through the Grenada Citizenship by Investment program for the Kimpton Kawana Bay project.
The Grenada Citizenship by Investment program offers investors the opportunity to seek a second or alternative citizenship through a straightforward and speedy process.
Persons have actually visited and they have seen what is taking place on the ground. It's not just a project in name, it's a project that is actually off the ground. The investors are able to see what they are investing in.
Phase 1 of the project, which comprises the Culebra and Juara buildings, are completely sold out, and title has already been passed to the owners of those units. Phase 2, which is the Matura building, which sits on the beach and houses most of the amenities of the hotel, is well under construction. Our final phase, which is the Kiawa building, has broken ground, and we currently have limited availability of units for sale at the minimal allowable price of $220,000. The main benefits of the Kimpton Kawana Bay project are that it's on the best location, on the best beach in Grenada. Purchasers receive title deeded real estate. The project is well under construction. We have a transparent revenue sharing model. There's no annual fees, and we have a great brand in Kimpton Hotels and Restaurants.
I'm fully inspired by Grenada vibes, and let's check if Kaisha has managed the sound issue. I will ask my team to put Kaisha on air now. Hello, hello, do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
One more time, please say something.
Grenada. Grenada.
Kaisha, do you hear me? Because I don't hear you, sorry.
I hear you.
Oh yes. No. Please put the earphones back, because it was better with them, I guess. Let's try one more time. Okay. We will let Kaisha prepare a bit. I will, from myself, add a few words about Grenada. It's a very beautiful country, and for those of you who haven't visited yet, I definitely recommend you to go there, because it's like a paradise on earth. You know, a lot of sunshine, ocean. It's very friendly and hospitality people, and also in terms of investment, in real estate investment, it's a popular holiday destination. So it's popular for North American countries. It's a lot of tourists from Europe as well, and Citizenship program allows you to invest also in hospitality real estate, so you may buy apartment at the hotel or hotel itself in full. So you can also invest in residential real estate. It's worth paying attention on it. And why actually we are talking about Grenada among other Caribbean countries? Because Grenada, especially for India, it's a very attractive program, because you may, after you become a citizen of Grenada, you may then apply for E2 visa and receive a green card and become a resident of the US. You may work and receive education the US, and as US is one of the most demanded destination for India, Grenada is like a paceway, another paceway to get to that country. But Grenada itself is also very beautiful, and Caribbean citizenship is one of the fastest and easiest one, because you know that waiting for Some immigration program may take you longer time, like up to 5 years sometimes, while Grenada is much faster, much easier. And you know, when you pay attention to Caribbean countries, you select among different countries like Antigua and Barbuda, like St. Lucia, and Grenada has this opportunity which always attracts Indian clients. That's why we think that it might be very interesting for you. And of course, it's important to select the best real estate on the market and pay attention to different projects, investigate them, learn how to resell it after you become an investor, because once you invest in real estate, after some time you might want to sell it. So it's important to learn how the market feels itself, and are the prices decreasing or increasing. So let me one more time check with my team if Kaisha is ready. No, I see that she is not. We will give her a couple of minutes to prepare. And in the meantime, let me go through our next program so you will be aware of what we have. We will be delaying a bit for a couple of minutes, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, because of this technical issue. So after Grenada, we have Cyprus, which has a lot of legislative changes in its program and a lot of new opportunities. It's quite different from what you know about Cyprus already, so I definitely recommend you to watch that next speech to learn more how you can apply for permanent residency and citizenship in Cyprus. Then we have Germany, different real estate opportunities in Germany, and then we have Canada, and then we have hotel real estate investments and distressed assets. I also want to speak to you, for those who are online with us. Maybe you can put your questions which were not answered, and we will be happy to answer them now, maybe especially if you have questions regarding other countries which are not presented today. 1 or 2 questions, I believe we will have an opportunity to answer. I actually saw one question which was not answered by a previous speaker. It was regarding from Kulamani Mahajan, how to apply for a visa to teach at the university. I'm a professor in foreign literature. Thank you so much for your question, Kulamani. I assume that question was for UK, right, for a UK presenter. So I recommend you to contact Daliah directly to put her that question. And also, I want to highlight that today we are talking about investment immigration mostly, so that's why we are more capable to answer those questions. But my technical team informed me that Kaisha is very well prepared now, so I would like to ask to put Kaisha on air again. Let's try. Hello, Kaisha, please say something.
Yes, hello, I can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you so much. Sorry for these technical issues. You still have your time. Take your time. We will delay a bit longer, so please go on with your presentation.
Yes, unfortunately, I can't seem to get my presentation up on the screen. Are you seeing it?
Yes, we do see. So you can just click it, and our attendees will see it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. So Grenada's Citizenship by Investment Program is ranked among the best 3 citizenship programs in the world. It's a unique program with unique features, and it's considered to be a Caribbean premium product. It's launched in 2013. Grenada's program allows qualified investors and their families to apply for second citizenship. It allows investment in either a government infrastructure fund or government-approved projects. It is the only Caribbean passport giving investors and their families an opportunity to settle in the US through the E2 investor visa. Where is Grenada? It's in the Southern Caribbean. In terms of flying time, it's approximately 9 hours flying time from London, 5 hours from New York, and 4 hours from Miami. Grenada is a member of the United Nations, the British Commonwealth, and the Caribbean community. It has a stable political system, a democratic parliamentary system with free and fair elections every 5 years. Queen Elizabeth II is the head of state. English is the official language, and the legal system is based on English law. Grenada is safe, stable, and friendly with a strong monetary system, and there are no foreign exchange restrictions. There's a population of 112,000 people. Grenada's economy is primarily driven by tourism, agriculture, construction, and its St. George's University. The St. George's University and the University Medical School is the world's largest American accredited overseas medical school, with over 7,000 students from over 140 countries. Grenada is known as the Island of Spice because it is one of the world's largest exporters of nutmeg and mace crops. It's a premier vacation destination for North American and European tourists, with over 500,000 visitors in 2019. What are the benefits of Grenada's passport? Well, to start with, global mobility. It's the best low-entry route to access countries that not even top-tier passports can attain. So there's visa-free entry to 144 countries, including the UK, the EU Schengen states, China, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Russia. Grenada has been ranked in 2021 as having the world's 33rd most powerful passport, with a visa score of 144. India is ranked as the 85th most powerful passport in the world, with a visa score of 58. There's fast and hassle-free relocation to the US through the eligibility for the US E2 investor visa, which allows Grenadian citizens to live and operate businesses in the US. Top-tier education is another benefit. You have access to a top American accredited medical school, which allows its graduates to practice medicine in the US. And Grenada's passport also gives you access to live, work, and to do business in other Caribbean islands. Additional benefits include that the passport is generous for inclusion of family members all in one application. There's hereditary family citizenship for life. Dual citizenship is permitted. The integrity of the passport is maintained due to the high level of due diligence screening by the government. There's income protection and an attractive tax regime. There's no tax on worldwide income, no capital gains, wealth, gift, or inheritance tax. Applying for Grenada citizenship is efficient, convenient, straightforward through an online process. It's a fast processing time to approval of 60 to 90 days. It's document-based, user-friendly application forms. No interview, education, or management experience is required. There are also no residency requirements, and you can obtain the passport remotely. You need to have a clean criminal record, as there is strict due diligence, and all nationalities are accepted except those from Iran and North Korea. These are just some examples of approvals, citizenship approvals that have been received. This one is approved in 66 days, so well within the 90-day period. And this one in 71 days, also well within the 90-day period. What has been the impact of COVID-19 on applying for Grenada citizenship? Well, first of all, second citizenship is a way to gain mobility in a suddenly less mobile world. It's a plan B for families. It's about having options and opportunity to change your lifestyle as needs be. In 2020, there was accelerated demand for Grenada citizenship. In fact, a 49% increase in inquiries during the first half of 2020 when the pandemic first started. Additionally, there was an increase in the number of applications received between April to December of 2020. Grenada's second citizenship allows persons to work remotely from Grenada. Grenada being one of the least pandemic impacted areas in the world. It's definitely a best safe haven investment due to the government's early intervention as it relates to the pandemic and a robust healthcare system. What are the investment options for Grenada citizenship? Well, there are two options. The first is the donation option, which is a donation to the National Transformation Fund, starting at US dollars $150,000 for an individual applicant and $200,000 for a family of 4. The second option is what we call the real estate or approved project option. And this starts at US dollars $220,000 for a family of 4 investing in tourism real estate with a US dollar $50,000 contribution to the government. As it relates to real estate, there is the ability to sell those purchases after 5 years, with secondary purchases qualifying for citizenship by investment. And it's really important to note that the investment amount in both cases, whether it is donation or real estate, is only paid upon receiving approval of citizenship. We've spoken about Grenada's program being the most family inclusive. You're able to include in one application the main applicant, spouse, unmarried children under the age of 30, dependent parents and grandparents of the main applicant and his or her spouse, unmarried siblings with no children of the main applicant and his or her spouse. And you can include all these family members in one application. One of the main features of Grenada's Citizenship by Investment program is the eligibility for the US E2 Investor Visa. Essentially, Grenadian citizenship makes you eligible to apply for the E2 Investor Visa, which allows you to own and operate a business and settle in the US. The visa is valid for a maximum of 5 years and can be renewed without limit, provided that the underlying business or investment still qualifies. The spouse of the E2 visa holder can enter into the US and work and live in the US without any employment restrictions. Children under 21 can go to school, whether public or private, in the US and are eligible for in-state tuition in most states. The E2 visa can be applied for at a US consulate, and the processing time is usually 2 months. Applicants and their family members can spend as much or as little time in the US as they wish. And the E2 visa, very importantly, allows you to do business in the US without the tax burdens of a green card or US citizenship. What are the requirements for the E2 visa? Well, firstly, you must be a citizen of a treaty country like Grenada. There are no stipulated minimum investment amounts, but our experience shows that an investment amount of $100,000, depending on the type of business, is usually successful. Successful applicants must invest in or own a minimum of 50% of an active, substantial business in the US. They must invest in or be in the process of investing in a new or existing US business, which must be real and active and must be more than marginal. What are the learnings that we've had from the E2 investor visa applications? Well, Grenada can boast of a 100% success rate for E2 visas by persons who have obtained Grenadian citizenship through investment. We know that the US treats all Grenadian applicants the same, regardless of how their citizenship was obtained. All cases are reviewed on a case-by-case basis and decided upon on their own merit. Interviews are considered to be critical. Some links or nexus with Grenada are also an area of inquiry during the interview. And so investing in an approved real estate project like Kimpton Kawana Bay, which you would have seen on the video, gives you ownership in Grenada, and it helps to forcibly demonstrate this nexus. The best practice is to encourage persons interested in obtaining the E2 visa to own real estate in Grenada and visit Grenada before any E2 visa interview. E2 or EB5. EB5, the minimum investment amount is higher, namely $900,000, and you must create at least 10 full-time jobs for US workers. The E2 investment is considerably less and could be as low as $100,000, and there is no requirement to create jobs. Green card holders must be present in the US at least 180 days a year and are therefore liable to pay US taxes. The US forces its citizens, including green card holders, to pay taxes on world income. So green card holders must pay tax not only on their US income, but also taxes on their worldwide income. E2 visa holders only pay taxes on their US income. They're not taxed on their worldwide income. The E2 investment can be used as a down payment for the EB5 investment if persons eventually want to qualify for a green card. And very importantly, there are no quotas for the E2. The process is relatively straightforward, and you can obtain your E2 visa within 2 months. Applicants who should look at the E2 visa include persons who are intending to file EB5 petitions, persons who have already filed EB5 petitions but are facing long delays, persons who don't wish to actually migrate to the US because of the global tax policy and residency requirements, but who wish to operate a business in the US and perhaps have their children study in the US in the interim. Persons who are already working in the US but whose visas are expiring and there is uncertainty about renewal. Children are already at university in the US. And really the solution is to acquire Grenada citizenship in order to apply for the E2 visa. Both Grenada citizenship and the E2 visa can be obtained within 8 months. India and second citizenship. Well, citizenship by investment programs have become very popular for high net worth individuals all over the world. In 2020, you would have seen a 70 to 80% increase in inquiries from India. In 2020, Grenada saw over a 100% increase in the number of applications from India. For Indians, children's education abroad is a top priority. It's a better life. There's a better lifestyle, the American dream. Economic growth has outpaced diplomatic clout, and by that I mean we're talking about hassle-free travel for persons who wish to travel in and out of India for business expansion. India's liberalized foreign exchange policy allows high net worth individuals to invest in and purchase real estate abroad. The investing abroad facilitates non-resident status and associated tax benefits. And I can certainly say that there are investment and business opportunities for Indian investors in Grenada and in the wider Caribbean. In terms of recent developments for Grenada's citizenship by investment program as well, safeguards have been put in place for applicants who invest monies into approved projects. The investment amounts are deposited into escrow accounts. For the program, a change of name is allowed within 1 year of approval of citizenship. There's automatic citizenship for newborns. The citizenship and passport is issued at the same time. Grenada's approval process time has also significantly improved. In 2019 and 2020, real estate investment outpaced the donation option, and in 2020 accounted for 55% of all applications. In 2020, we would also have seen an increase of 34% in overall applications, and as just said, there has been an over 100% increase in applications in 2020 from Indian applicants. And these two Indian applicants would have received their citizenship just a few days ago, 2-3 days ago, on the 18th of January, 2021. So that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaisha, for an interesting presentation. We feel Caribbean vibes out of your presentation and your speech, and we have some questions. So Daliah Avnieli, she says that your presentation on Grenada is very interesting for her, and asks, can I apply for E2 visa in the US Embassy in India with my new Grenada passport?
It is possible, yes.
Great. Okay. Another question is, if I have a company registered in the Caribbean, can I face problems opening bank accounts in Europe or elsewhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Then a question, the Caribbean is often called a tax haven. Tax-wise, which countries offer more taxation benefits? Which factors affect the tax burden?
So I would have to say to you that because Grenada offers the eligibility for the E2, it's going to be more tax effective, because not only do you not pay the usual taxes in Grenada, I'm talking about wealth, inheritance taxes, but you only get taxed on income that you earn in Grenada, not on worldwide income. And then if you obtain the E2 visa through your Grenadian citizenship, again, you only get taxed on income that you earn in the US and not on income that you earn worldwide.
Thank you so much. We still have some time for like 15 minutes more. Maybe I want you to I want you to describe a bit more about Cavana Bay in terms of hospitality sector, because everyone is interested how the tourism sector is feeling itself. Let's say if Indian investor will put investment in that project, what is your forecast for tourism industry, let's say in 5-10 years in Grenada? I know that the tourism market is blooming there and it's a lot of tourists, and before COVID it was very popular destination, right?
Yes. Grenada has been seeing a very steady increase in the number of visitors in terms of tourism, certainly up to 2020, just before the pandemic. Of course, the pandemic has unfortunately caused widespread disruption, and Grenada is not the only country affected by it. Now, in terms of tourism, notwithstanding the pandemic, Grenada has been seeing, once it reopened its borders, the tourists have been coming back. What I can say about Cavana Bay is that construction on the hotel has not stopped. In fact, construction is moving ahead very quickly in spite of the pandemic. And I think Grenada expects to have its tourism back on track by the end of the year. As I said, there are tourists in Grenada right now, maybe not in the numbers that you would have seen back in 2019, but they are coming back. And it is expected that within the next 2 years, that tourism will be back, at least in the Caribbean, to what it used to be.
Thank you so much. And we see that especially Grenada is a very popular for Indian investors. So do you see this huge demand from India, and why do you think, what is the most reason? Because among other Caribbean countries, Indians prefer Grenada. Maybe it's a big Indian community, or why do you think, what is the reason why Indians love Grenada so much?
Well, I think there are a number of factors. Yes, there is a significant Indian community in Grenada, a significant business community. So persons from India who are looking to do business and who want to have opportunities, Grenada is a good place for them. As I would have mentioned in my presentation, the Grenada passport also allows you to live and work and do business in the rest of in the Caribbean. It's a passport to the rest of the Caribbean. So countries like Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, which are oil and gas based economies, there are very generous investment opportunities in those countries. So that's a factor. A second factor, I think, why Grenada is so popular, it's obviously the ability to have your Grenadian citizenship and be able to relocate to the US by applying for the E2 visa. The Grenada's E2 visa is it's 5 years, which is a maximum. It has a maximum of 5 years, and it can be renewed without limit. So that's also extremely attractive. I think also for Indians, education for their children is very important. It's a top priority, and the fact that Grenada has this St. George's University and the medical school, which is highly rated, it's another important factor that certainly parents would be looking at, because the opportunity to basically have children attend university, get a 90% discount on their undergraduate courses, be able to practice medicine in the US. That's a very positive thing.
Thank you so much, Kaisha. And do you expect any changes in the legislation in the nearest years? Because we see that a lot of countries are facing some changes, immigration programs being redeveloped, something was cancelled. Can we say that Grenada's program is stable and no changes will apply in the nearest years, or you are expecting some changes?
Grenada's citizenship by investment program is quite stable. The legislation was actually enacted back in 2013, and there have been some amendments, but the amendments are seen as necessary to enhance the attractiveness and the competitiveness of the program. So basically new features. Yes, there'll be amendments, but
it's
those
like
amendments,
right? So it's for the best, right?
Improvements. It's for the best. Yes, absolutely. In fact, we expect some amendments to be made this year, but again, it's to enhance the experience of acquiring a Grenadian citizenship.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kaisha, for the presentation. I see that you are like representing Grenada's sunshine, and I believe that all of us would like to visit Grenada now, and especially it's for India. Grenada is very close because India has a warm climate, and you know it's best to relocate not to the north but to a sunny country. So
well, I think you're correct, and besides that, as I said, you know, there is shared culture, religion, music, food. So Grenada could be a second home for many Indians.
Yes. Okay, so I encourage all of our attendees to contact Kasia INS directly. You can see contacts on the screen, so it's an email and a telephone number, and Kasia will be happy to answer all your questions which you will have further, and also provide you more information about Kavanagh Bay, about this beautiful project. I hope that you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much, Kasia, for these insights and vibes, sunny vibes. You know, when you are with us in the conference, I always feel a bit of sunshine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to everyone for viewing my presentation, and continue to enjoy the conference. Thank you, ILP.
Thank you. And have a nice day, Kasia. So I will
Thank
ask
you.
my
You
team
as well.
to check the speaker. I see that we have a speaker ready. So we are now moving to another sunny country in the heart of Europe, to Cyprus. And I'm very pleased to present George Georgiou, a senior partner of Cypriot Group, who will be talking to us about Cypriot Real Estate Market, new trends for 2021 and immigration opportunities. George, can you tell, do you hear me well?
I hear you relatively well, yes, thank you.
Great, we do hear you well as well. So please, you can start your presentation. This virtual stage is fully yours for the next 30 minutes.
Thanks so much. First of all, good day to you all and welcome. I'm here to discuss the Cypriot real estate market, the new trends for 2021 and immigration opportunities. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is George Georgiou, qualified as a solicitor in London, and since 2005 been a senior partner of Cypriot Group. I believe it's essential to discuss and inform you of the exciting trends in Cyprus from 2021. Cypriot Group was established in 1992 and today offers immigration, business and real estate investment opportunities globally. We have partners throughout Europe, Asia and the USA. Cypriot Group have offices in Cyprus, London, USA and of course Ukraine. Countries we provide our services are visible from this slide. Cyprus has long established itself as a thriving business hub with a vast array of investment opportunities in key growth sectors of the economy. The island's ideal strategic location, advanced infrastructure and high quality of life do not only represent key reasons to relocate and live on the island, but also at the heart of an investor's choice to invest in Cyprus. The island is an ideal investment gateway to the European Union, as well as a portal for investment outside the EU, particularly in the Middle East, India and China. As a member of the wider EU and Eurozone community, Cyprus ensures safety and stability for investors, while also offering them market access to more than 500 million EU citizens. The local infrastructure is ideally suited for business people who need to get things done, thanks to its modern road network, extensive port facilities and 2 new international airports. Travel and transport in and beyond Cyprus is fast, efficient and, of course, cost effective. Now, the economic view, the figures in this slide were collected from different official sources and surveys. Despite the pandemic, Cyprus remains an attractive investment destination. More than one half of the total sample investors, 56%, are optimistic about the next 3 years. These findings compare favourably with those of other more mature European markets, as well as the overall European market, where positive sentiment stands at 39%. Now, it's worth noting that the sample of established investors appear even more optimistic. 83% of established investors expecting an improvement in accordance with Ernst & Young survey, very well-known firm. The investors recognise the high reliance of the country on a small number of sectors. There's a pressing need for the Cypriot economy to diversify its traditional dependence on sectors beyond tourism, real estate and professional services. Now, key benefits. Investors in general feel that the following benefits of Cyprus are of paramount importance in their selection of Cyprus as an attractive investment destination. Now let's talk about the tax system. Cyprus offers an attractive and transparent tax regime, fully compliant with EU, OECD and international laws and regulations, providing access to an extensive network of more than 60 double tax treaties, and maintaining a corporate tax rate of only 12.5%, one of the lowest in the European Union. Cyprus offers international investors and domestic businesses confidence to invest, grow and prosper. Now, some of the main features of the Cyprus tax system include zero tax on dividends, exemption on disposal of securities, for example, shares, bonds, debentures, no withholding taxes, no succession taxes, no capital gains tax, except, of course, for disposal of real estate in Cyprus, or shares or company holdings in real estate in Cyprus, to the extent gains are attributable to the real estate holding. In addition, attractive intellectual property regimes, tonnage tax for shipping companies, legal and regulatory framework. Cyprus' legal system, as many know, is based on English common law principles and is widely recognised as a business-friendly and effective system that ensures transparency and reliability in business practice, offering foreign businesses a familiar and reliable framework within which to operate. Cyprus' legal system is also fully compliant with the European Union and regulations and EU anti-money laundering directives. Human capital, access to talent, youngest population and workforce in the whole of the EU, 55% of which have professional degrees. Cypriots speak English, amongst other languages of course, and due to the established British educational institutions throughout Cyprus, universities and colleges which provide a wide range of vocational programs, Cyprus residents and citizens use the opportunities, improving their skills and qualifications. High quality of life. Now, according to established investors, quality of life tops the list of strengths, closely followed by the telecommunications, digital infrastructure and stable political social environment. Now, the major developments, as you will observe from the following slides, Cyprus, together with strong cooperation with various countries, are involved in major developments in the energy sector, both oil and gas, which strengthens the appeal of Cyprus as an investment location. In addition, 1.2 billion euros has been agreed in developing a 1,000 berth marina and port in Larnaca, together with the development of high-rise buildings, shopping areas, residence and recreational venues. Our investment opportunities, allow me now to inform you of the exciting new investment projects becoming available from 2021. It is said Larnaca will resemble the likes of Cannes or Nice in the very near future due to the investors from abroad who recognise the long-term financial gains. After real estate, there is a growing interest in the field of hospitality, such as branded hotels and service apartments, offering a fixed and guaranteed rental return. In addition, with regard to education, Cyprus, as a result of Brexit, is attracting students from around Europe, including the UK, and due to the British standard of education offered by its universities, as much lower costs require accommodation for students such as halls of residence. Last but not least, healthcare is very much in people's minds, particularly with this pandemic. Therefore, the healthcare sector, particularly private hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, are an attractive investment. Here you will see Radisson Beach Resort, completion September of this year. The project consists 202 newly built and fully refurbished rooms, including standard rooms, superior rooms, junior suites, pool garden rooms, garden view rooms, all modern, elegantly designed. The resort is located directly on a spectacular award-winning blue flag sandy beach in the heart of the Larnaca tourist area. The beach resort is based on renovation of existing hotel, was operating for the past 30 years, and for the last 5 years was operating at an average of 92% occupancy through the year. Investments in preferable convertible shares and redeemable shares with guaranteed return rental income. Following slide, executive residence by Best Western, services hotel apartments, completions due December next year, December 2022. It's ideally located again at the waterfront area of Larnaca, behind the port, the marina and Blue Flag beaches. The vibrant city centre and landmark locations are within a few minutes walk. The design and orientation of the building offers residents and visitors panoramic sea and city views. Number of units are 33. Size of apartments approximately 40.9 square metres to 66.5 square metres. Now the price per square metre ranges from 3.9 to 4.5 euros. Ideal stay for leisure and business travellers alike. They're well appointed, together with a ground floor bar and a restaurant, a rooftop swimming pool and bar. Agreement with Best Western to fully manage and operate the hotel by licensed operator. Residential service apartment development, but it operates as a hotel. The return is around 4% for 3 years. Now the next slide, executive residency by Best Western, serviced hotel apartments, completed in 2019 and fully sold during even construction period of plan. I include this property as an example of attractiveness of investment to branded service apartments. Now we'll proceed to Blue Sky Exclusive Collection Villas. Completion will be March this year. Now a recent survey from Financial Express states that 86.8% of the respondents prefer to live in an independent home or villa. The COVID-19 induced pandemic and the subsequent lockdown considerably altered all our lifestyles. The work from home trend has brought in radically drifting demands. Home buyers are now willing to move a little away from the city centre to own properties that fit their needs. A property in the peripherals with excellent connectivity ensures a cleaner, healthier lifestyle, as well as a much needed space to offer villas with private gardens. This project I selected based on demands of our clients to choose a gated project with small amount of villas, 16 of them. And the sizes of these villas range from 478 square metres to 500 square metres. The price of which 4,000 to 7,000 euros. It's luxury living, ideal for holiday homes stroke permanent stay, shall we say. And of course, 270-degree sea views. It's a smart home system, beachfront location, walking distance to a Blue Flag beach between Larnaca and themselves, so it's easy access to both cities. Next slide, commercial properties investment to business centres. Despite the effects of the COVID pandemic lockdown, Cyprus office space has dramatically increased in demand, more so than the majority of most other European countries, due to the advantageous tax benefits. Additionally, there exists a fast-track mechanism for licensing and immigration for non-EU nationals. The benefit of obtaining residency in Cyprus through business setup allows non-EU citizens access to European standard of healthcare, education and a safe business environment. QN Kition, investing to residents' apartments with branded interiors is a win-win case as you purchase luxury lifestyle for yourself or as a buy-to-rent where you can get a higher rent from wealthy tenants. As a bright example of such investment opportunities is QN Kition, fully serviced 5-star apartments, the luxury interiors of which from Fendi, Versace and Zaha Hadid. Such residential buildings include 24-hour reception, concierge service, fully equipped gym, spa with treatment room, sauna and steam bath, meeting room, exclusive members only clubhouse, children's play area and childcare facilities, Wi-Fi throughout the building, cleaning and gardening services, basement parking for all properties. Now the price, 6,000 to 12,000 euros. Now we come to student accommodation. With the growth of demand from the European Union and non-EU students coming to study in British University in Cyprus at lower costs as a result of Brexit, investing in a student property presently is on the rise according to statistics from universities and developers. We at ILP Group cooperate with major developers building student accommodation and residential apartments for British universities and colleges in Cyprus. The properties are in high demand by individual investors and companies seeking a higher yield and a rental guarantee for 5 years minimum. The project's residential campuses are usually sold during the construction period, and we have availability on the second project with a delivery in December of this year. There will be 17 units, size of them 38 square meters to 90 square meters. We're looking at a price of 4,000 euros. Another location view, the project is located in Larnaca, right next to the main academic site of British University in Cyprus. With the completion and delivery of phase 1, the project is highly sought after and the demand for accommodation has risen, as I mentioned earlier. The practicality of the location offers easy access to the Larnaca International Airport, the main motorway system that links Larnaca to other major cities, as well as a variety of local amenities like pharmacies, banks, supermarkets, shops, nightlife in the centre of Larnaca, as well as the sandy blue flag beaches. The project features and characteristics are studio, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, consists 6 independent residential buildings, gated project with security, underground level with adequate car parking space, pool, open gym area, table tennis sports facilities, bicycle lanes with bike stands, public transport, bus service, private green areas, services and amenities. The student accommodation has all the facilities and amenities that make life of the student a great experience should they choose to study and live at the British University Cyprus campus. Now, investment in the private hospital. We know that various groups of investors, including foreign ones, have turned their interest towards health related to investment in Cyprus, having introduced a new health system recently which allows foreigners legally residing in Cyprus to access the Cyprus health system, equivalent to that enjoyed by Cypriots. We had the opportunity to visit a couple of operating rehabilitation centres which are mainly foreign-owned and directly connected with local foreign hospitals. These establishments are more like 5-star hotel operations and offer an approximate return of 10%. I would invite you to contact me by email or telephone to discuss any of the investment opportunities I mentioned, as well as joint ventures, which I will reply to, giving more detailed information. Permanent residence in the EU. There are several ways in obtaining residency rights in Cyprus for investors: for establishing your own Cypriot company, for opening a daughter branch of your overseas company in Cyprus, obtaining permanent residency through investing to a Cyprus property with a minimum €100,000. We also have fast-track permanent unlimited residency through investing €300,000 to newly built property. The majority of our clients select the fast-track option as the investor can bring the whole family, including parents and in-laws should you wish. Addresses, conclusion, well, what can I say? I would very much like to thank this audience for your attention and look forward to addressing any questions you may have. On a belated note, I take this opportunity of wishing you all a healthy and prosperous 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George, for interesting and wonderful presentation. It was nice to learn about real estate opportunities on Cyprus. And let me check what kind of questions we have. Okay, so you still have 15 minutes more, so if you want to add something, we can you can go on with the presentation. But the first question we have: if a client buys a liable yacht in Cyprus, register it under the Cypriot flag, and buy or rent a private mooring, can it be regarded as an eligible investment if it meets the minimum investment requirement?
Sorry, I can't hear you terribly well. Could you repeat that so I can hear you?
Yes, okay, I will try to speak a bit louder. So, if a client buys a livable yacht in Cyprus, register it under the Cypriot flag, and buy or rent a private mooring, can it be regarded as an eligible investment if it meets the minimum investment requirement?
Well, as I stated, basically you invest in a property in Cyprus. There's a minimum amount of €100,000. That gives you a sort of residency, but this period takes between 6 to 8 months. I also mentioned the fast track of investing in property, which takes no more than a maximum of 6 months, probably in 3 months, to be honest with you. They're now talking about bringing that bit further down to 6 weeks. Now, with the €300,000 investment, as I mentioned earlier, it entitles the purchaser to bring his entire family, including children, mother-in-law, father-in-law, which is of great interest to many people, because in other cases, this only, of course, relates to property. This is an extremely interesting and useful method to, first of all, obtain residency, allowing the individual and his family to travel throughout the European Union. Now, establishing a business, for example, in Cyprus also allows them access to a bigger market. In the long term, having sort of purchased property, and after a period of years, enables them to apply for citizenship, obtaining a Cypriot, which is a European Union passport, and having access to open business, work, and to pretty much anything as any other normal European. Now, what I'd like to go on to say is about the island of Cyprus. I don't know if you've been there yourself.
Yes.
It's
many times.
Second largest island in the Mediterranean. And I personally recall in my youth being able to ski in the mountains in the morning and in the late afternoon being sunbathing on the beach. It's a safe country as far as crime is concerned. And in my opinion, they drive on the correct side of the road. We drive on the left in the UK, and of course, Cyprus having been a British colony at one stage in its history, they also drive on the left. The cuisine is excellent. We've got 280 minimum days of fantastic weather. Not only is it a good country to invest in, excuse me, but it's a good place to consider to retire to and do business. Do you have any further questions for me?
Yes, there is one question from Daliah. Will there be a new citizenship program? What will be the new citizenship requirements?
As we talked, they're discussing, unfortunately, as you know, the passport by investment was thrown out. There was a scandal there. They are discussing other schemes now, which will be under close scrutiny of the European Union, and rightly so. But they are looking at other options as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. I see we don't have. Yes, we don't have any more questions, but I encourage all our attendees to check the contacts on the screen and contact George for more questions and for further clarifications. Thank you so much, George, for interesting and fruitful presentation.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Have a nice day. Okay, and now we are moving to Germany, and we will have a next presentation which will be about real estate and other investments in Germany. And the speaker is Anna Stuckert, organizer of Congress of Real Estate and Investments. I will ask my team to start the next presentation.
Hello, my friends, my colleagues. Thank you, Ksenia. Thank you, my friends, in your invitation. And so, my presentation. My name is Anna Stuckert. I am from Germany, and I am organizer and International Investors Congress of Real Estate and Investment from Germany and France. And my language is investment, and my language Russia, and my language Germany, and a little English. I think I can this presentation very, very good. Yeah. So my vision and my mission in my work and my job in my life, this is invite different people, investors, politic organizer, and world media, and multimillionaires, and one Hauptvision. And so I have my super presentation, and my company, this is also, so I am investor. Yeah, my portfolio or my portfolio, investment portfolio is 120 million euros. This is my money and my colleagues, my partner. And my branch and my, so real estate, yeah? Not real estate and different branch. And so my company, Stuckert & Company, this is from Germany. And this is investment foundation which brings successful investors, billionaires together. 7 years, our company, our organizer company, do public event, International Investors Congress, every year in Munich, in Berlin, in Cannes, in Monaco, one. And so our Congress is platform for absolute benefit. We understand how it's important now to earn money, and the Congress will give you support, energy, and inspiration for it. This is my help in my English, sorry. So our guest, this is 28 country. And our guest, this is investors, politics, world media, and our like means. We are team. My language is investment language. I can show you, my offer for 10 minutes, but I must 25 minutes. I not must, I will do. So, Germany and real estate in Germany with Stuttgart and Company, I think this is good model, partnership model. Yeah. It is not just words. It's my impressive experience in my big life. I like to I give more money, I give more quality, more love, more children. I am mother, 5 children, 5. This is good for me. And I'm happy. I can unite people with same visions. People who like development, people who like money, people who like good process, good networking, good world media, good politic vision. This is my vision. This is my life. And my Congress, or our Congress, is your chance to be profitable, not just on the Congress, but also after it. Because you get more than money, you get useful connection. We, Ksenia Korzon and company Ksenia. We invite you to join our annual Congress, to be our official partner. This is very, very possible. Yeah. And we have a good guest list. This is politic number 1. This is millionaires, multimillionaires, billionaires. I think you know my guest and my clients. This is Shadji Ulmulk from India. This is influencer and billionaires. This is founder of Milk Holding company with more 7,000 employees. This is our guest. Yeah, this is our company partner. And we have 12 ambassadors, different country. Ambassador Uzbekistan, Nigeria, Kazakhstan, and so. Yeah, this is our guest there. And God Nisanov. God Nisanov, this is very, very influencer or billionaires, multi-billionaires from Russia. God Nisanov. Yeah, this is our partner, Haupt partner. And so you will have many chances as our partner, the Congress. Networking is, of course, number one. Networking. Number one is my life and life, Ksenia, and our business model, business line. Yeah, networking. Networking is number one. It is private community of world-class investors, businessmen, politicians, owners of jewelry or different company, famous designers, and so on. The most important is you can present yourself, your company for congressmen, and you will get an exhibition spot. You can present your product or service to congressmen, to our guests. I must stress, you will get a promotion in such famous and different world media, American Reporter, New York Journal, Washington Morning. You will get 600 publications in global world, global media. This is my present. No, not present, not so. This is my model. I think good people, good company, good visions must and big promotion have. This is my visions. Yeah. I can help in this world media together and press release and big press release in Forbes India, and minimal 600, that's my Deutsch, my Germany, 600 world media. This is our partners, and you can together these partners. So, but my vision now, I have Makler's company, and I am investor, and I have a lot of different people which ask me, so we have money, we will buy, I don't know, in India, in Germany, in Russia. I can in Germany. Germany, this is my world. Yeah, I think we can use minimal for 3 to 6 or 40% per year. This is very, very good, but minimal for free. This no good, this no good, this good, that's no big, yeah, understand? But this, I can this. So the most important, our Congress, you can present yourself, your company for congressmen, for politics, multimillionaires, multimilliardaires. And there are 2 parts in Congress. Every year, minimal 2 Congress, minimal 2 or 5. In Munich, in Berlin, Cannes, Monaco. Next time, our in March. End of March, yeah. This is our time in Berlin. This is private billionaires club, Berlin Capital Club. This is very, very good quality and good people, good guests, always. but minimal 100, 200 people. I can invite you in my Congress, and you can buy me to go, yeah? So, Congress in Berlin, Capital Club, one day. This is big day. First time, this is press conference for media, very, very important, very important. No drinks, no eat, no only good speech, good meeting, your language. Yeah, India, absolutely. English, Germany, your language. And we do good press conference with minimal 20 or 50 people in press conference, 15 people in press conference. And now, and next time we do a business presentation with lunch, with networking, with cigar, with good drinks, and yeah, so. And two parts we do in Capital Club, good charity auction. Always with influencer and different, absolute different rich people. Yeah, people were not Congress, but charity auction, it's very good. And next time go fashion show, the gala evening, or yeah. And so I can invite you in my Congress. Yeah, this is very, very possible. And my line in Germany, yeah, we can now buy minimal 50% discount, good hotels and restaurant. But Corona, this is problem. This is problem for Germany. This is problem for every country. Yeah. But I think in Germany, no bad. Yeah. In Germany, it's good. We have, you state, no, also we have different of Germany, sorry. So, and together we are going to discuss in this difficult situation how to develop a business. What we are waiting from you, Zaid, you give, sorry, you give your products or service which are minimal 1,500 euros for our guest. But very, very important for me, we must good partnership model and buy in real estate in Germany. So minimal price for me and my company, 500 million euro. Minimal price, 500 million euro. This is Germany, yeah. Good price for me and my colleagues for 3 millions till 15 millions euro. This is good. This possible hotels, restaurant, and different branch, but always minimal for 3 till 6 or 20 maximal % per years. There's no big, but 100% discount to you. This is for Russia, absolute no possible. For Russia, for different country, but I like this. I live in Germany. I think this is better. So I can my presentation and my congress, yeah, and my possible. I don't know what time now. Hello, my friends. This is my second time. This is my presentation. This is my last time. I have only 10 minutes. I must big history, big stories, my life, my visions, my investors' visions, my possible in Germany and my help. And I think we can together good partnership model, yeah. So my colleagues, I must my presentation, yeah. One more, I am investor. I am Anna Stuckert. I am from Germany. I have 120 million euro. This is my investment portfolio, my colleagues. And we buy maximal real estate. We buy real estate with, we can buy real estate with your company together. Yeah, this is absolute possible. 50% or 40-70%. This is absolute possible. Yeah, and so I am your guide for Germany. Yeah, for Germany world investment, for Germany real estate world, and I can say market in Germany absolutely stable. This is good. And real estate, we Corona time, we have good discount. For Germany, this absolute happy time. We can this time for me, for you, for our partner model do. Yeah? We have minimal for 10 till 50% discount. Expert share of retail. Retail, this is not retail number one. Yeah? Hotels, restaurant, home, different home, villa, this very, very good price. I think number one world in Germany, this is Munich, where I live, and Berlin and Hamburg, this big city. And discount we have minimal for 10, that's minimal, 10, 15%, 40% discount. This super price, super happy time. We can together buy this real estate. I can, maybe your makler's company. My provision is very, very small, 3.5%, and you, my clients. This is absolutely possible. We possible partnership model, we possible you buy, and I'm makler. Yeah. And we can help you, we write a document. Different, absolute different possible. Yeah. This is my small presentation for my heads from Germany, from Anna Stuckert. And I have presentation in my phone. I think I can use my presentation. This. A lot of Russian words, sorry. So, this is my Congress and my life, my history, my stories, my people were, so this is my next time involved. Berlin, March, February, Dubai, Munich, Cannes, Dubai, Paris. Yeah. This is Ambassador Kazakhstan. This is our partner, Open International Dialogue from Bundestag and Politik, Germany. This is our this is Außenminister. This is so in English. This is Herr Lavrov. This is influencer and very, very big politic in Russia now. Yeah. So this is our portfolio, this is our investors, this is ideas, this is world media, this is country, yeah, this is our Haupt number one, also in Bayern, in Munich, yeah, this is our partner, and auch our partner, auch, my German word, my partner model and my tickets, yeah, and this my contact, my company, my email, info partners, and you can, for me, always my messenger, my Facebook, my phone, call you, me or my colleagues, and ask me, Anna, I will with you buy super beautiful hotel in Munich. I have good price, number one, exclusive hotels, and super, very, very nice Finanzierung. Our bank credit for 1% till 2% per year. Yeah, no, per year. So understand. This is super happy time, I think. So thank you very much. Thank you for much your attention. Thank you for much my best friend Ksenia and your team. Thank you for much my followers and your clients, colleagues, and we are waiting for you. We can do a lot together. Good partnerships model. Yeah. Thank you so much. See you. Bye bye, Ksenia. Bye bye. See you.
And now we are moving to to Canada. Okay, we are moving to North America, and I know that you were waiting for this presentation about Canada, and because Canada is one of the most demanded destinations for India, and we have a very special speaker today. We have Victor Hochuts, founder of Avista Professional Corporation. He will be addressing the speech Canadian Business Immigration Programs Overview. I see Victor, and first of all I want to thank Victor to joining us, because imagine, I'm addressing to all our attendees today, that Victor has a deep night now in Canada, but he wake up especially for us to address our conference, and I'm very thankful for that. Victor, do you hear us?
I can hear you very well, thank you.
And
thank you, can you hear me?
Also. Yes, we do hear you very well.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for joining us. Yes.
Ksenia, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much. It's no problem. It's night, but you know, the warmth of the community from across the globe gives me energy to wake up and do this presentation today. So thank you very much for everyone for being part of this presentation, and thanks for inviting me. Okay, so today what I'd like to do is to go over quick overview of Canadian immigration programs. I will start with programs that are federal programs. As you know, Canada has provinces which are similar to states in the United States, and there is also federal government that governs immigration. However, during several decades, for several decades now, we had more and more ability provided by the federal government to provincial governments in Canada to offer their incentives to bring immigrants to those specific provinces and to, how to say, increase the population, stimulate economy, and doing all those things, the full spectrum of different things that the government is looking for in development of the country in general, and of course specific provinces. Now, why? I'm sorry. Just give me a second, guys. Just give me a second. Okay. Voila, I'm back. Okay. So when it comes to planning your immigration, of course, it's not just the country that you want to go to, and it's not just the climate, it's not just the relatives or friends that you have in there, even though those things are quite important. It's a very complex task that needs to be approached from different perspectives and different angles. First of all, you need to look at the cost, I would say, and the any particular difficulties or obstacles to immigration into a specific country. I'm talking mostly about, in this case, I'm talking about requirements, eligibility requirements. If you, yes, you want to, for example, apply to Canada, but you need to look for what are the requirements that make you eligible for immigration in general, and then you need to fit those requirements into specific programs. Those are simple things. Every immigration consultant understands how to approach these issues with the client. Now comes other layer of issues that someone must look when he approaches immigration program and is evaluating immigration program in light of the interest of specific clients. They need to look at the tax implications and ability of the client to satisfy the requirements of the program. Now, if it comes to investor programs, investor immigration programs, appropriate investment must be found. It's either purchasing a share in a company, it's investment into the provincial investment fund, or it's purchasing, let's say, a farm. Depending on the province, some provinces provide such investor programs. For example, Manitoba provides ability for investors to invest into farms. And we have actually, our company has quite a big large number of clients from India interested in acquisition of farmlands and conducting the farm work in Canada, and of course acquiring work permits, I guess, initially, but then requiring permanent resident status in Canada by way of purchasing farms. Several investment programs also require a business plan and settlement plans. The business plan is usually, everyone knows what business plan is. I'm not going to be explaining that, but the government wants to see what your plan is, what you are planning to achieve, and where you're going to be in a few years. So if you're purchasing and investing into any specific business, you need to show how you are planning to have that business work from today till, like, let's say 4 or 5 years from now. The government is interested in making sure that such business definitely achieves success, and you are, as an immigrant and a businessman in Canada, also achieve success. So it's win-win situation for the government and for the client, because the client wants to succeed and actually, start getting money back, start getting that investment back, and of course, government wants to start getting taxes, and that's what the government wants most of the time. Now, with respect to also the actual relocation of the client and the family dependents of the main applicant, it has to comply with the requirements with respect to settlement costs and settlement amounts that the government has to see that the client has available. Again, that's of investment immigration, it's really not as important because, say, $400,000, $500,000, you definitely should have enough money to actually, come to Canada, rent a property, residence for your family and yourself, and be able to sustain your family for some specific period of time. And certainly, it's important to look at the, as I said, tax implications, being able to bring funds to Canada, what tax documentation you will require to show Canadian authorities about the source of funds, and so on. So those things are important too, so it's important to keep that in mind. Now, why Canada? Ksenia already made an introduction. She already mentioned that Canada today is probably one of the most desired countries in the world. Firstly, because of the level, the quality of life. Secondly, that quality of life is, by the way, I'll probably stay on this point for a little more. Quality of life has been backed up by numerous resources, by numerous reports of major renowned world agencies and let's say journals like Economist and so on, stating that Canada is actually one of the best countries to live in today. It's the quality of life is number one in the top, let's say 1, 2, in the same kind of range with Switzerland. I like to call Canada the North American Switzerland, where we have the United States, the big pot where things are happening right and left, and where we have Canada, the country that's quiet, boring, but very safe, very good for families, very good to raise family, very good to succeed and build business and prosper. Sometimes, as they say, boring is a good thing. So, strong economy has been one of the most attractive things also for investors from abroad. Economy has been strong and has been able to go through major, whereas the global economy has been going through major turbulations, Canada has been able to stay and keep its economy in a very stable condition. Financial stability. Canada is, to some extent, I would say we have to call it similar to Switzerland, similar to maybe Sweden and Norway. It's a country with enormous natural resources, with enormous potential, and it's a country also that has this kind of, I would say, socialist flavor to it, okay? Because we have probably one of the best social support program platform if you compare it to any other countries in the world. So we can definitely offer that. So we not only cater to investors, but we also cater to anyone who wants to succeed, and anyone, even those who don't have ability or not influent, not affluent client, but also clients who are coming here, to make this country their home and to build their life here. So we have everything for that perspective, for people who are for people who are rich and can invest, and entrepreneurs, and of course for people who are not as, let's say, affluent. Education workforce. We have the world-class universities like University of Toronto, University of McGill, University of British Columbia, University of York. Graduates of those universities end up working for major corporations across the globe, and the University of Toronto has been acknowledged as within the 15 most prestigious universities in the world. So we definitely offer ability to those who make this country their homeland to give the best quality, not only of life, but also education to their families, to their kids. Market access. Well, when we talk about the market access, we have the best access in the world to the biggest market in the world. Well, biggest so far, we say, because everyone is kind of waiting what's going to happen these days, you know, in the United States and China pushing hard as being one of the largest market, the second largest market in the world. However, it's a little secret that all us Canadians share. Actually, the largest trading partner with United States, everyone would say, oh, it's probably China. No, it's not China, it's Canada, actually. So we import to the United States and trade with the United States, both ways, I would say, the largest amount of goods, more than any other country in the world. So more than European Union, more than China, more than India, more than anyone else. So we have this direct access, right? You know, if we're talking about Toronto, it's about 150 kilometers from here. So it's an hour drive without speeding, let's say hour and a half. And you're in the United States and you can do business. You can set up the company in the United States. You can run business from the United States while living in Canada. There's so many options out here, you know, so that you can actually explore and get the best of the both worlds. You know, you can get the market of the United States right next door, and you can have the peace and stability and peace of mind and boredom of Canada, I would say, which is a good thing these days. I would say everyone starts appreciating quiet, you know, stable, boring, you know, countries where, you know, you don't have to worry about things that are disturbing, I would say, some of the other countries these days. Now, with respect to taxes, taxes are, you know, when it comes to the business, Canada has programs that stimulates businesses, that allows them to have a lower taxation system in order to be able to get the business developed, get on its feet, and you know, flourish in the future. I think I mentioned everything else. I mentioned the quality of life and excellence in research and innovation. Well, Canada is, you know, one of the most, let's say, technologically advanced countries, and we have major research institutions in Canada. We build let's say, equipment for the space stations. We have major companies, technological companies in Canada that are, you know, like pioneers in many respects, and leaders today in those industries. Again, I think I've covered, you know, with respect to, I'll just quickly go through this. I don't think I need to advertise Canada as much. Let's just save time. I'll save that. That's the spectrum sectors of investment where Canada is trying to bring foreign investors, to bring funds to be invested into the industries such as aerospace, automotive, bioproducts, biochemicals, business services, chemicals, and so on and so on. There's no need to, I would say, renewable energy, software, wireless communication. So we have a very diverse industry in Canada. We are, you know, one of the leaders in many of those industries, and we definitely, as a country, trying to bring as much investment as possible and bring the best minds to invest not just money, but and it's even more valuable things such as ideas, okay? And that's, everyone understands the value of those things, such as new ideas and innovation and so on, and know-how. And that's what we're trying to invest. And that brings us to the next program, which is a startup visa. Startup visa program has been started about in 2013. The federal conservative government was at the outset of this program. At some point, Canada had federal entrepreneur program, business immigration program, that envisaged the following. You who are supposed to buy a business in Canada, you are supposed to run that business, hire a local resident Canadian or a Canadian citizen, pay that person a salary for 2 years. And if you satisfy those conditions in a span of 3 years in total, you are able to qualify for permanent residence. However, at some point, mostly that program was catering to people who wanted to come to Canada. They were usually buying, you know, like a coffee shop. They were buying a restaurant. They were buying a small auto repair shop. And, you know, This way, they were able to access Canadian permanent residence status, and everyone was happy by the time. And at some point, the government decided, listen, we have enough money, we have enough people who have enough money to buy coffee shops, to buy small restaurants, and other things. It's not; those are not the businesses that really stimulate economy. Those are not the businesses that give growth and push to other sectors of economy. And today, economy is innovative. Today, economy is technology based, and if you're not technology based and if you're not innovative, you are lagging behind. And the government, of course, and one of the objectives of the government is to make sure that economy is thriving and economy is developing in the right direction. At that point, the government decided, listen, we need to bring people who will bring technology, who will bring ideas, who will bring know-how to this country. We want to build companies like, next Nortel. We want to have next Oracle. We want to have companies that would really be the in avant-garde of the technological development of Canada, and make Canada was one of the leaders. So that's why this startup visa program was created. They said, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring these people with ideas, with the innovative companies. Now, for that purpose, the government thought that it's important to set the requirements that will be friendly to lots of people and will reflect the actual state of things in the world, such as education and such as net worth, with respect to education, with net worth, with respect to let's say managerial experience, and so on. So the government said, listen, who are those people who are leaders of the let's highly technological companies today? And it appears so many of those people have, some of them gone to university, some of them didn't even finish university, some of them didn't even go to university, some of them have managerial experience, and some of them don't have managerial experience. So from this perspective, the government looked at these things and they said, listen, we should make a very wide spectrum and give a very wide ability for very wide, I'm sorry, using the word quite too much, to create a spectrum of eligibility requirements that will allow to access this program to as many people as possible. For those who went to school, graduated, have postgraduate education, don't have postgraduate education, but those who actually, the most important thing that you need to bring is the idea that's innovative, that has potential to develop into the thriving business. Now, but then they figured, okay, that's a great idea, but who is going to be saying and who's going to be evaluating what idea is good and what idea is not as good and not as potentially, promising, and has a great potential to become a business that's going to thrive, create jobs, and of course, benefit the country and benefit the government to that extent in a form of taxes. So the government decided, okay, so it's definitely not going to be immigration officers. It has to be a cohort of people that understands business. Okay, so what they did is they said, okay, so we need to bring both academics and businessmen who will be able to provide that analysis to each specific idea that's being brought through this program. And they created so-called designated organizations. 3 types of such organizations have been created. One is business incubators. Second one is angel investor groups. And the third one is venture capital funds. Business incubators are probably the most flexible group of organizations, designated organizations, whereas it allows to bring not the already existing company with the established revenue, but bring the companies even at the state of the seed idea. Okay, whereas you only have an idea, but you can prove and you can bring the business plan, how you're going to develop that idea into the thriving business. That is sufficient for the business incubator that is designated by the government to accept you through the program. And that makes the business incubator route and in business incubator stream the most flexible. Angel Investor Group is the group, again, one of the groups in a designated organization structure that allows the clients, and mostly clients with established revenue already, that the companies that already developed the product, have prototypes, the product is working and hopefully making some money already. If the angel investor groups in Canada invest $75,000 in your company, then you would be accepted. Same thing goes to the venture capital funds. Whereas if the venture capital fund invests $200,000 in your idea or whatever in your company, it's not going to be idea for the venture capital fund. It has to be the established company already that has been working for at least a few years and has some established revenue. So we mostly work, most of the clients we are getting, some of them are going to the angel investor groups. We didn't have too many venture capital fund designated companies, but mostly the companies that our our law firm is serving, and the clients they represent, they take the route of business incubator, which is the most flexible route for entrepreneurs. Now, another requirement is it's important to show that you are part of this idea, that you have been at the outset of this idea, that you are not, the person who has no idea about the idea that you're trying to present to the Canadian government. So you need to be part of this idea. You need to understand it. You need to be bringing some set of skills. For example, maybe not technologically, let's say not IT skills or not programming skills, but you bring, for example, business management skills, or you bring marketing skills, or you bring sales, experience and knowledge and skills and so on. And if you complement that idea and you complement that company or that business team that comes within one startup venture, that is sufficient. Another thing that this program offers is ability to have up to 5 people in the same startup venture. So you have one idea and you can have 5 people in it. Now, this 5 people represent 5 different families. So if we help this company with a startup venture to go through the program, we can bring 5 main applicants and members of this business idea, as well as all of the families of these 5 people. So that's a great opportunity for teamwork to be also to fruition, to ability to bring their families to Canada and go through this program. Now, Quebec Investor. I'm not going to be talking much about the Quebec Investor program because that program is on hold at this time, and it's on hold till I think April 1st, if I recall, and that's probably what it is, April 1st, 2021. The program has been on hold actually for several years now. I think 2 or 3 years. I think about 2.5. Why? Well, there has been lots of criticism of the program. There has been lots of recommendations that have been provided to how to improve this program and so on. So the government is thinking about it. So I'm not going to be, talking much about this program, but Quebec Investor Program, one thing that should be mentioned, was one of the first programs, purely investor programs in the world that Canadian government put forward, and specifically the provincial government of Quebec, that has been promoting investor immigration into Canada. Last thing, just between 2 programs, Quebec and Startup Visa. And at the end, I'll just quickly run over, because I think I'm running out of time. I think I have about 3-4 minutes. This table basically talks about the flexibility that the startup visa, that's probably the program, the business program that's in the vanguard of Canadian immigration programs today, federal programs specifically. The program that is flexible, very, very flexible compared to other programs. For example, with respect to net worth, you don't need any net worth. You don't need minimal investment, because if you go through the designated immigration, designated organizations. You don't need to show investment. You can show only the idea, or if you can bring outside investment, you can bring an outside investor at some point. So you don't need to put your money, you don't need to show your money, and you're not losing your investment unless you've already made it. And it's up to you to make it work as a startup venture. With respect to English, French, or French language requirements, the program requires 5 points, which is a very, very, medium level of English. And when you come to live in an English-speaking country, that level may not be even sufficient. It's sufficient to start, but not sufficient to fully, realize the potential that you may have while living in a country that's English-speaking. So what I'm trying to say is that the level of English is easy to achieve of 5 points. And managerial experience, none is required for startup visa program. With respect to accountability, activity, and money, now no requirement that the business must work upon PR. That's a very important requirement, because that's what differentiates Canadian startup program from, I would say, about 12 other startup programs that exist today in the world, including in France, New Zealand, Australia, and other countries in the world that also trying to bring people with ideas, with new technological concepts into their country, attract them to let these people stay in the country, live in the country, and develop their businesses within that country. However, Canadian startup visa program specifically provides that we are trying to bring the best concepts. We are trying to see that these concepts will flourish into the active, successful businesses. But if you're given the permanent residence and that business did not fruition to become successful, your permanent resident status is to stay with you. The Canadian government will not pull it back. And that's a very, very important distinguishing feature of Canadian startup visa program, because lots of clients who have already researched and contact our company, our law firm, asking about the program, they're saying, listen, we've looked at the UK program, we've looked at some other programs, and there we have risk. What if business doesn't work? What if, for example, we need an investment that we cannot get? Nobody wants to invest. So what do? We have to, live for a few years in UK and then go back, pack the suitcases and then go back to their country after having invested so much time. That's an emotional trauma for the kids. They've been going to school. So we would like to avoid all those things. And then, as I say, Canadian startup visa is one of the best in the respect that Canadian government says, listen, some businesses may fruition, some businesses may not. But when we talk about the startup businesses, startup ventures, we understand that lots of those ventures will not be successful because of different reasons, such as, you may not get enough investment, or, that idea that you have brought maybe in a year from now will become obsolete. Someone else will come up with a better idea. So, but you cannot just throw people around the world and just send them back home because, their idea became obsolete at some point. So the Canadian government said, listen, people who came up with ideas in the first stage, okay, at the outset, they will come back with new ideas, or they in either way, in either respect, they will be successful and productive members of the Canadian society, and we want those people to come to Canada and to be part of this country. With respect to the age requirement, there's no age requirement. With respect to the cost of the client, we are working within $150,000 cost. The cost has gone down depending on the market, but we're flexible in that respect. With respect to just one second, my apologies. Yeah, with respect to the program as a startup, with respect to the startup program, just to sum up, it's probably today one of the best programs that we have in Canada, one of the best federal investment programs. There are some provincial programs. There are, about, I would say, 35 different programs in different provinces, which would be impossible for me to cover in one presentation in 25 minutes. If any one of you guys has any questions with respect to investor and business immigration to Canada, my information is on the screen. You can access, you can contact our office and discuss with us the possibility of finding the most appropriate venue for you and your family to come and settle in Canada. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Victor, for a wonderful presentation. It was very professional, interesting, a lot of data, a lot of facts as usual. Thank you so much. And we have some questions from our attendees. So first question is, can an Indian immigrant get professional assistance assimilating and adjusting to the society? Advice on how to conduct business in a local way?
That's an excellent question. I'll quickly be able to respond to this question. When we are talking, for example, the Startup Visa program, and I would like to mention that we specifically work very closely with several business incubators, and one of the incubators is offering an intensive course as to how to settle in Canada, how to start the business, what programs exist in Canada that the Canadian government offers to new businesses and to immigrants who bring new businesses to Canada, what assistance you can get from the government, both provincial and federal, to help your business thrive and develop in Canada, how to settle, where to go, and with respect to how to make your business work. They give you the basics of employment law, of the contract law, how to set up the agreements with your employees, and so on and so on. So it's an excellent program. It's one of the best incubators that has been acknowledged as one of the best in several years in a row. We would be happy to provide more information about the business incubator itself, about the programs that it offers. And I'll just to sum it up, what we like to do at Avista, we like to build relationships with the clients. We know that our clients are our best ambassadors. The successful client that has gone through our company and we were able to help this client is the best, let's say, marketer for us, because then we have referrals from the client that come to his friends, that come to his colleagues, that come to his family members, and so on, who want to come back to us. Therefore, we've been extending, our members of the law firm have been extending their reach as to be beyond the legal advice, whereas we'll be able to build those relationships with the clients, talk to them about the schools, the area of the city, let's say if it's in Toronto, where you would like to live, where you would like to send your kids to school, what schools are good, where to buy real estate. We connect our clients with the real estate agents. We connect our clients with the financial specialists such as mortgage brokers who assist our clients to get financing to purchase the real estate, to purchase the house, to settle, and so on and so on. As I say, the relationship goes far, and we are always looking, first of all, at that relationship with the client. Once we have that relationship, everyone is happy, the client and us, because both of us benefit.
Thank you so much, Victor. And the next question is, with so many people laid off and furloughed over the last year and so many businesses shut down, does Canada has a capacity to welcome and integrate business immigrants?
Okay, Canada wants to bring another 450,000 immigrants next year and this year. The fact COVID definitely slowed things down, okay? It happened everywhere. Unfortunately, it affected Canada too. But when we're talking about, you know, like the priorities that the Canadian government has established for itself, when we're talking about the companies that are innovative, that's technological, that are, you know, like would fit into the prism of the Startup Visa program, these companies are working, let's say, with a laptop on your knees, pretty much, you know, like that's the remote the work structure has already been successfully adopted by many companies. As a matter of fact, major companies like AMD, like Oracle, who have offices in Canada, they, I think, shortened about like 40–50% of their space right now, whereas most of their employees working from home. And they said, listen, people have been spending 2 hours, 2.5 hours a day just commuting between work and home. Now we've been able to establish the system that allows these people to work from home And they said, listen, we may possibly not even ever go back now to bring all these people back to those offices. We don't need them in those offices. They can work from home and do what they need to do. And actually, the COVID has become this starting point for, how to say, major restructuring on how the business is being run. So again, coming to your question, if Canada has capacity, the answer is affirmative, 100% yes. So we are the second largest landmass in the world after Russia, with a population of about 43 million people. So that capacity is never ending. So absolutely, Canada is number one choice in this case.
Thank you so much, Victor. You know, I think that after your presentation, half of India will move to Canada because it's so impressive and so attractive.
We have space. We're bigger than India.
There is no way that we will not willing to immigrate to Canada right now. So please open the windows and doors in the airport. We are coming soon.
There you go. Stania, your charm is always going a long way. Thank you kindly. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much. And we're always, Canada is welcome to help them. And we're here to help anyone who has any questions. Thank you kindly, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor, and good night to you. So sleep well. I know that it is night in Canada, and we will continue our conference in a daytime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Victor.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and now we have a couple of more, like 15-20 minutes left for my presentation regarding hotel real estate. And I am going to briefly introduce you this market. And I know that today among our audience we don't have professional investors, so I will start from the very beginning. For those who just started to view our online conference, my name is Ksenia Korzun and I am a general manager of ILP Group. At ILP Group, a part of doing conferences and exhibitions, both face-to-face live and online, we also sell hospitality real estate. We pair sellers and buyers. We select trophy and high-yielded properties all over the world. We specialize on hotels, and we do have a database of off-market hotels across Europe, in London, in Paris, in Portugal, in Spain, in Italy, in Germany, in Switzerland, in other countries, as well as in Asia, in the US, and now it's a very interesting time. You know why I decided to deliver this speech in our conference dedicated to immigration and real estate? Because these days the market is blooming and there are so much interesting projects to offer. Before COVID-19, high-yielded hotel or a trophy one, it was hard to get because owners of successful properties was not willing to sell. And nowadays, as you know, tourism industry is struggling and hotels are closed, so there is no way of working and operating in a normal way. Some of hotels were operating in the summer on a short period before lockdown, before a second lockdown in Europe. So nowadays the situation is quite bad and there is no earnings, and a lot of owners are facing the situations that they actually have to, they don't want maybe, but they have to sell, and sell on very discounted prices. So you may find properties, hotel real estate, for 40 or 50% discount comparative to before COVID prices. And it's a unique situation. Before COVID, I believe in the past 10 or 20 years, we have never seen prices like that. And every day we receive properties with this huge discount, with urgent sales. So it's always off-market properties. Of course, you will not find it on an open market, but on request, our investors can get the list of properties available. So if you are interested in investing in hospitality real estate, you can see my contacts on the screen, and you're very welcome to drop me an email, and I will offer you the selection of hotels we have. We also work with buyer mandates. I know that we have real estate professionals today, so if you hold a buyer mandate of a potential buyer, we are interested in talking to you as well. So what kind of properties actually they are, and to give you an idea about the prices. Let's say we may find small boutique hotels, let's say in Portugal, for from 35 to 50 rooms, 4 stars hotel. The price will be 15 million euros, while before COVID it was 21 or 22. So that is the discount you get because of COVID. In London, you will find a lot of properties which were never for sale before. So just the first time available for acquisition. These hotels were never offered to any investor, and even even hotel developments. For example, now we have one interesting project, airport hotel, just newly delivered. The development has just finished and it's available for acquisition. In Switzerland, we have a very high yielded properties at ski resorts near Davos and near Klosters. So these hotels are making 10% yield, and they are now for sale, so you can access these properties. We have trophy grand hotels, 5-star hotels in Rome and Paris, which are available with 40% discounts right now. The yield is not that high; it will be like 1 or 2%. However, these properties are just the most beautiful and famous hotels of the city, and it's like a pearl of hospitality real estate. Then there are hotels in Germany with a stable yield, let's say 5-6% yield, but it doesn't change with years. So last year and even in 2020 and this year it will be the same yield, so it's a very stable economy, and the prices are not decreasing that much in Germany than in other countries, so it shows that market is healthy. So even in New York you may find 5 or 4-star hotels for sale right now with a very attractive prices, and hotels are now in a situation when you know that airplanes are now in crisis, and a lot of airlines are for sale. The same situation is with hotels. So those hotels which were never for sale before are now available. A part of that, we now receive a very confidential off-market offers of European banks. I received a few requests before the conference, so I confirm that we do have banks. So if you are interested, please drop me an email and we will discuss that as well. So we see that a lot of properties, are available right now. So if you're a buyer and you're willing to invest, this is the best time, because the selection is huge and the prices are decreased I would say that I have never seen the prices like that before, so they are really, really low. And how long the situation will last, no one knows, because now we see that markets are showing some healthy signs. Even in UK, stock exchange and other countries, we see that elections in the US and other signs, COVID vaccine. So we see that soon the world will be healthy again, and economies will grow, hopefully, and when that will happen, the properties will rise in their price as well. So you will not be able to get access to this trophy and high yielded properties with this low price. Like now, in a few months, let's say, or in half of a year, I will not make any forecast with a particular time, because it will depend on how the world will live, about lockdowns, and how fast the vaccination will go. However, we understand that once the pandemic will come to an end, this situation on the real estate market will come to an end as well. That's why it's very wise to start looking into properties in these times, and especially to select the best, because I know that a lot of deals are happening. Just today I received an information about 2 beautiful hotels in Cannes, France were sold. So we know that markets are moving, and it's time to catch the opportunities when they arise. Also, if you have some questions about hospitality real estate, please you can ask in our chat, and I hope that our conference were useful for you. I hope that you found information about the countries you were interested in, and that you find our presentations and speakers interesting. In case you have some questions about other countries, other programs, other properties, please do not hesitate to put your questions. I will try to answer them or if not, after the conference we will send you more information. Besides, you will have the presentations of the speakers sent to you by emails. Make sure that you are registered with the right email, so that you will get all the information on time and delivered in the best way. Okay, I see a question here. Which market has seen more deals, chain hotel or independent hotel? I would say that there are different buyers. For example, I work with investment funds and hotel chains and institutional investors. They are more looking for flagship hotels with a portfolio of hotels, with big hotels, and these markets are actually very active right now. A lot of negotiations and a lot of preparations before final acquisitions. At the same time, there are different type of buyers, high net worth individuals, those who are looking for operating hotels themselves, for example, family acquisitions, husband and the wife acquiring a small boutique hotel and operating these hotels themselves. Now the COVID-19 situation became kind of a trigger for these acquisitions, because if this family were thinking about this business before, thinking about buying a hotel and starting this business, now when they saw the prices and they saw the opportunities and the properties which were available, they decided to buy. So we see a lot of deals like this because it's a good time, and even those who were only thinking about it now decided to actually move into this business. And it's a very interesting business. We don't know when the hospitality real estate actually will recover, how many time it will take. No one is saying that once the borders will open, all the hotels will be loaded with tourists, because we know that it will not be that easy. However, we understand that in a couple of years, like don't know how many years or how many months, but at the end of the day this industry will work, and hotels will be popular as usual, so it's a nice business to enter. Okay, and as I see we don't have any more questions, I would like to thank you all our attendees today. Thank you so much for watching us, for being that active with questions. I hope that we brought some useful information for you. I would like to thank to all our partners, and especially to Prashant Ajmera and Ajmera Law. They are our partners in India, and to those our Indian clients and partners who are interested in more countries and more immigration programs, I strongly recommend to communicate with Prashant, because he knows about everything, especially you asked questions about specific rules and legislation of India and how to connect Indian legislation with immigration programs. So I recommend you to meet Prashant and put those questions to him. I would like to thank to all our speakers who find a time, even in a deep night, to broadcast to our conference today. And I encourage you to check our next conferences on our website. You may see ilpgroup.uk website on the screen. Please check and register to view our next conferences. We do 2 conferences per month in these COVID-19 times, and soon, while the borders will reopen, we will definitely be organizing our live and face-to-face events, and we will be happy to invite you to these events as well. And I will be happy to meet all of you in person in India, in beautiful and incredible India. So thank you so much for watching. Namaste, and see you next time.